Hello. How's it going, guys? Hope I'm feeling better. I am feeling better than I have been the past couple days, but I'm still not 100%. We're gonna make a stab at this, because I got some farming to do. Okay. Uh, yeah. What was yesterday's? Sorry, not yesterday. What was like the prior art piece? You'll have to forgive me. I'm a little slow today, chat. This happens. Ah, yes, the Dobrynya. Dobrynya. Yeah, sorry, I've been sick. I haven't made much of an announcement on Twitter because I know other people watch that and will take advantage of it, but on Discord, I made the announcements the past couple days. Uh, Not the right piece. Okay. There we go. The feed is live. Do me a favor, chat. Go give it some love. We got some farming to do. Got some stuff to discuss. Why why is my capture card not working? This is like the last thing I need. I don't want to know why this is happening. Oh, thank God. Okay, it's working. I was like, man, I really don't want another one of those where it's like, oh, you got to spend like 45 minutes fixing it. Okay, chat. Let me grab you today's artwork. Hey, thank you for the 49. How Twee, thank you for the the 5 months. Dio, thank you for the 55. Thank you to the people I had follow while I was offline. We actually got quite a bit to discuss. Sorry for no schedule this week, chat, but obviously that's kind of makes sense, right? Wait, what am I? Where am I? Oh, right. Yeah, looking for today's art. Somehow I managed to close. Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. So, again, apologies in advance for being sick. Not much I could do about it, but I've tried to tend to it as best I can. There's today's art piece. Go give the artist some love. Let me get it for you guys over here on the YouTube side as well. You guys couldn't already tell, I am under the weather. Just what it is. Had a pretty nasty head cold / sinus infection the past couple days. I don't think it was COVID. I don't think it was like anything more serious than that. And you'll hear me throughout like the evening here on stream because I am on the mend, where I will sound better and then I will sound worse and then I will sound better and then I will sound worse. That is probably due to my congestion coming and going, so. But it is what it is. Like I said, not much I can do. I hope everybody had a good week. I'm sorry I was not able to be there for you guys for the Tunguska raid. Speaking of the congestion, give me 1 second here. Oh, there we go. That definitely helped. Were you able to grind the loyal raid? I only got about 150 kills on the big one, which is not as much as I was gonna hope for, but you guys know I'm someone that'll be fine. Honestly, the biggest thing I lament is not getting more of the spirit roots from that. But it is what it is. I actually have managed to retain a pretty good farming upkeep most of this time. We are within striking distance of my goal on JP as well, so. Mad Lad did Saberface Tunguska. I did, but unfortunately I have bad news for all of you. I had to use triple command seal to win the fight. I maybe could have done the final fight without something like that, but I did it while I was sick. And it was one of those things where, like, I don't know. I didn't really feel like fighting it too much. Whoops, why did I do that? There we go. Oh wow, I actually managed to have her arts card, but not triple arts. But, you can ask VIP. Several of the people in VIP watched me do it. It took me like 3 hours, both due to needing to attempt it multiple times, as well as like just being like, right? I was able to get through like the first 3 break bars, but I got unfortunately stonewalled and like basically missed killing the final break bar by I think 1,157 HP. And that was really annoying because then right after Koyanskaya would wipe out like 2 of my characters, which basically meant an extra 100k HP. If I could manage to have like gotten it, and probably with like perfect RNG and multiple runs I could have. Having a Lotto on JP, being sick myself, it just gave me a whole lot of reasons not to spend the time and do it. So I went ahead and popped the triple command seals and went through. Yeah, I had numerous breakpoints where like the fight actually just legitimately gave me the worst possible RNG. Yukamo, thank you for the 39. Balmonte, thank you for the 6. Ash, thank you for the 40. Thort, thank you for the 32. Stick, thank you for the 3 years. Hot damn. Pixar didn't have it. I actually do have a pic of the final of basically most of the runs, including the final one, but there are a couple that I did forget to take a picture for. I did most of the raids while I was down at my sister's, so those were like, just phone pictures. How was Christmas? Christmas was pretty good. Sickness aside, like, it was kind of hell because I had my dogs there. My parents had their dogs, and then my sister has a new like lab puppy that they have. That's their first like pet in like 4 years. They had a chocolate lab prior to that point that died in, I'm gonna say, not a good way. It was very rough on the family, and they didn't really want to like get a new a new pet so soon. So like they finally decided it was time and pulled the trigger this year. But yeah, they definitely have, you know, their hands full with them. That the game may have loading issues on January 1st due to heavy traffic. Should we wait for something cool? The game may have loading issues on January 1st due to heavy traffic. I don't know if that's necessarily like a huge sign, and it may be, but like, I'm gonna say that like, yeah, this is normally a thing that does happen, especially right after like, you know, the maintenance drops and the stuff goes live. People slam in there to try to figure out what everything is. This is usually why I don't try to be the first person to release information. I just try to be right. Because it's like any number of things can prevent you from being able to like quickly and concisely get the information out. But yeah, I was gonna say, as far as I know, I think that's something they have done in the past, so. That's something they all say every time, every year, yeah. Clearly Ame to be confirmed. I've talked to Trumps about this. I think if you're actually going to see Ame no Seimei, it's going to be our deal call too at this point, but we'll see. Like, there's certainly the potential for him to be in that location, but whether or not he actually is, needs to be seen. You have a cold? I don't know what to really call it. As best I can tell, it may have been a sinus infection that I appear to have weathered naturally. If you're worried about it, just wait till after login. Right. Story discussion for Tunguska soon. Oh. People are probably not going to like what I have to say about Tunguska. I really liked the Tunguska story, and I'm not going to get into spoilers. I really liked the Tunguska story up through the final fight. I thought it was great. After the final fight, now let's piece together everything and give the explanations for everything, including like, hey, here's why we won. I thought was some of the worst writing I've seen in FGO. Like, it just, there's way too many like plot holes and things that like could have been easily explained by just adding in like an extra line that they just conveniently left out. So yeah, like I know what they were going for. I see like why they wanted to do it the way that they did. They just needed to add like an extra line here and there. And actually a lot of the information actually will come from reading the Bond like update that they give you after you finish the story. So I thought that was pretty lame. That like, yeah, I understand them putting extra stuff in there, but like you legitimately would not understand half of what's going on if you didn't sit down and read that at the end, which I think shouldn't be the case. I think that like that's just a sign that they didn't kind of like flesh out the actual dialogue enough. But like I said, I don't hate Tunguska or anything like that. I thought that the end was extremely messy and they didn't do a good job of it. Now, there's still some really cool stuff in the ending, though. There's some stuff I really like about the Tunga. Felt like they tried to subvert expectations for the sake of it. I'll wait until after like the epilogue comes out, because at that point, chat, I know like actually, does anyone know when does the Tunguska chapter actually expire? Like, because it's not a permanent edition. That is the way in which it is an event. Is until it comes back via main interlude, it's not a permanent thing. But is it like right here on the 31st, chat, or is it after that? Oh. Oh. Like I said, you guys can expect me to have to do that all evening. Yeah, I saw that they didn't put Draco on the GSSR. I think that's just petty. I know they're trying to do like FOMO and stuff again. I don't think it's a good idea. I think all they're doing is just costing themselves money in the end. This text is available in the material tab. Yeah, I think like the fact that it is there in the material tab is something. I don't think that's handling it proper, right? Like I understand if they want to go more into like Toy and Sky and stuff in that material, that's okay. We shouldn't have needed that for actual explanations because they didn't give them. Hot take, I don't think that Koyan not having a Tamamo connection was honestly that big of a deal. Okay, I'm about to give you guys the hottest take you'll ever seen, and again, I'm not going to spoil anything for you because you should have already known this. If you think Koyanskaya is not a Tamamo, you're wrong. It is explicitly stated numerous times, including in the bond lines. So, please do yourself that favor, go back and read it. I don't think people understand. Now, I think the other problem here is people get a little bit too literal when they hear that line. They think that, like, when I say that she is a Tamamo, that means she's part of the Tamamo 9, or that she's, like, I don't know, like the personification of her again or something like that. No, like, you gotta go read the fine detail to really understand it, but she is still a Tamamo. People trying to make the claim otherwise are not correct and are getting some stuff wrong. The asterisk is important. It is. I don't, and this is really odd to me because I've always assumed that to be the case from my discussions with Trubs, from my interactions with her on JP and such. And I don't know why there's been this like mantra on NA for like the past like 3 months about the fact that like she isn't one. I don't get it. Still. There's a lot that very clearly states how they're connected to the event. Yeah. Oh, there's multiple. Like, how are you feeling? Well, if it's not obvious, not the best, but I'm better than I have been. Would have been easier if they just made her dodgy. I know why they didn't. I think like I said, I get what like they're trying to do with the story. I'm a little bit sad that they really dropped the ball in certain areas. And like I said, if we want, we can have a more in-depth discussion later on as to like why I feel that way and on what particular topics. But please understand, I'm not saying like Tunguska's the worst thing I've ever seen or anything like that. Just I really felt like the ending was poorly written and that there's a lot of good there still, but they really needed to like kind of give it a little bit more. Would we see the New Year servant tomorrow? Tomorrow? No, because like tomorrow will be the 30th, unless it's like already the 30th for you in your time zone, which would still mean that we would still need the 31st, and on the 31st you'll expect to see it at some point. But chat, that's probably going to be like the 31st, pretty like late in the day, I think. Question mark? I don't remember. I don't remember the time zone conversion. People don't want her to be a Tamamo because her story was poorly made. I'm not going to speak to anyone's like agendas with this. Like I said, I don't really understand why. I assume a lot of it is like people just not understanding, and then like they spout off something, and then that like other people assume that to be the case and then take it for granted. Like it's just sort of like an echo chamber type thing where it's like people who don't know keep repeating stuff, and I'm not gonna blame them because I just think it's that they didn't know any better, right? Well, we should have 100% had a roll in that chapter, though. I'm okay with or not. Like, I can understand why people want that. And I'm going to say that that would have been really cool. I'm okay with the fact that they didn't. I think my issues lie elsewhere. Thoughts on Taikobo? I think my only issue is with the characterization of Taikobo, but that was pretty apparent from the get-go. I think it's maybe like one of the only things that they do kind of get a little weird in the early like chapters leading up to the final fight. Is just that like Taikobo, for as legendary and like crazy of a person as he is like kind of characterized as like a little bit of a dunce, a little bit of a like hapless type person that like kind of, you know, he's extremely talented but maybe not the brightest, and that's kind of wild to me because he is a legendary tactician, so it doesn't feel like that should be the case. But I'm okay with it, I guess. As everyone says, Chinese Merlin, that seems to fit. Chinese Merlin, like kind of like I think it's in the sense of like very talented, powerful person, sure, right? Like in like what Taikobo actually was, I don't know, like to me, like equating like a sage and a caster are not the same things, right? Both got photo act up, that is true. Both said some shit. He's a great caster candidate. They're all kind of like that. Yeah. So chat, has everyone finished the story? That's the other question that I want to know. Like, is there anyone out there that hasn't gotten around to doing it yet? I got more than half, so yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think, like, all I'm doing when I say that is that I'm looking more at, like, you know, a magician and somebody that, like, fulfilled more of a role as, like, court advisor and kingmaker. Which, like, I guess in a weird way, and chat would probably, who is it? I guess in a weird way, the way I see Merlin is more as like Samuel from the Bible, the guy that anoints and chooses David to be the next king. That's kind of how I see Merlin. Taikobo, I see more almost like in a like warring states mindset, and I know that's not what he is, but I see him more in like he's a little bit more of a like nature user, if that makes any sense. That's insulting to Samuel. It is. Any plans for the Saberface only run? We did it. And part of the reason I did it was I, again, already was figuring that I probably wasn't going to get to do it on stream. Shit. I did not do that on the right unit. But, like, so it ended up being a thing of just, like, I kind of felt like it'd be better to do it off stream at that point and try to just get it done so I didn't have it hanging over my head. I didn't want to like end up with it like here on Friday and going like, oh shit, like I gotta do like all this crap on stream. Do you roll GSSR and JP? I do. The final fight was rough. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, and so like, here's what I'm gonna say, like, chat, I had to use my 3 command seals to defeat the Saberface only run. It's Saberface only. So I am doing a gimmick challenge where I must use only Saberfaces per my own rules, right? That fight is one of only 2 fights I've encountered that is a gimmick fight to that degree, where basically only certain units actually really work in the fight. Everybody else has an extreme disadvantage that is just crazily punished. I don't really agree with the design of that fight in that sense, but I understand that they want to have a gimmick fight so that you use the units. Someone in VIP said this while I was doing it, and I do kind of agree with them. It would have been better for the devs to do at that point, if that's the way they wanted to go in the way of a gimmick fight. It would have been better for them to do a like actual like forced fight where you had to take like these 5 units and then you could take like a 6th unit of your own or something. Like, that would have been better at that point, considering that is their intent of this fight. Their intent is that you only use the demonic beast servants and bonus servants for the event. And so at that point, like, yeah, I kind of agree, right? Like, so that's a fight like that's naturally going to give me trouble because it just means that the Saberfaces were functionally useless. The only Saberface that had any chance was Castoria herself, because she is non-hominid. She is not considered human because she is a fairy instead. So she doesn't get the demerit that all other humans get in this fight. However, she also doesn't get the upside that a demonic beast bonus gets, which is the increased defense. This is further fucked because there is a Moors on the 3rd wave that specifically deals an extra 1,000 damage to everybody in the party, unmitigatable, and specifically deals more damage to Fae units. So it's actually an anti-Castoria unit. So it's just incredibly fucked how that one had to go. So the fact that I actually made it through the first 3 break bars basically is kind of wild. The only thing I dislike is the low success on the skills. Yeah, I mean, I said that too. Like, I didn't feel like 50% was very fair. To me, your skills are your entire kit. So, like, you guys can ask the VIP guys just how many times I had to reshuffle. Right? Like, it was not a fun fight for me. And I think that's kind of the issue that I think a lot of people end up having with the fight at the end is it's not a fun fight. Like, nobody walks out of that fight really being like, oh man, I had a blast. That was great. I'm so happy that they did this and this and this. It's just full of annoying mechanics. At least like with the half charge, I thought that was pretty fair. It only lasts 3 turns and it's gone after that point. I think the way this fight should have been done is you could have made it so that like there are these just annoying gimmicks. Like, let's say half charge. For the entire duration of the fight. Half buff success chance. For the entire duration of the fight. All of that could have been perfectly fine and balanced if you just made it go away when you killed like one of the side ads. Like, oh, this is the side ad that gives half charge or something like that. And then it'd be like kind of like peeling back the layers of the onion at that point. So it's like each one you kill, the fight kind of gets easier, but it's countered by the fact that, you know, she's getting more and more powerful. She's getting more and more health, that sort of thing. How am I supposed to strategize so my skills randomly don't work? Yeah, I agree, right? Like, that's where, like I said, this is the fight that made me have to use 3 command seals. Because prior to this chat, I've only ever used 1 command seal in the Saberface only run. So it is what it is, right? Like, it doesn't really bother me at that point. But I'm just going to end up saying that, like, it's a gimmick fight. They're naturally going to be difficult if you try to go against the grain. If you try to do something that's not within the gimmick. So the way to beat that fight, as always, lean on the units that are actually bonus for the fight. Do that, and you'll have a much easier time. Ugh. Or again, just solo it with Tamamo, which is hilariously still somewhat possible. Buff success down means use debuffs, which is viable. That's true, Dor, but there's only so much you can actually rely on debuffs for things. At the end of the day, like, even some of the debuffs that, like, the NPC specific to the fight hanging out in the background puts on the boss are chance-based. And, you know, chat, I got a bone to pick because I assume that fandom's not correct. If one of y'all wants to, like, dig through the files on Atlas and tell me, you can. But fandom denotes that Koyan, when she gets her invuln pierce, that it has a 30% chance to pierce. I either had the worst RNG possible, or this is just not true. Because if it's only a 30% chance to pierce, there's no way in hell I should have gotten pierced 4 times in a row. Koyan in my fight was 4 for 4 on piercing invuln. Never failed. So, to me, I think it's 70%, not 30%. So I think they got how they denoted it incorrect on fandom, but is what it is. The text says low chance, yeah. There was a chance? Yeah, so this is also great because the stun from Orochi also had a chance. So, like, it would display the stun icon, but there were times where she just was not stunned. One turn she didn't. Nice. Just saw your Saberface team and took it as disrespect? Yeah. Hold on, chat. Sorry, I don't want to subject you all to that cacophony of sound if I don't have to. Struggled a lot against Beast Form, yeah. Like I said, I don't think the fight is unfair so much as it's just gimmick. I think that's its biggest issue. I think the things that you can look at and say are unfair are the individual design aspects of the fight. And I think it's no one of them is that bad. It's when you combine them all that it really ends up being kind of fucked. So it just is what it is. Yeah, it's complicated. And I've said this before too. I don't think you should need a college. You shouldn't have to read a college thesis to understand what the fight does. To understand who to take, to understand what to do on each break bar, that sort of stuff. And that's kind of how it is. Like I'm a-okay with more challenge at times. But I feel like I prefer the challenge to be at leisure, to be like, you know, something where it's more of a like opt-in type deal rather than a requirement. Right now, between Tunguska's final fight, headed towards Tesla Fest into the future with its 31 different CQs, you can tell they were on a little bit more of a challenge kick. They also are going to have advanced quests coming out this year, chat. They also are going to have Road to 7 coming out this year with the Super Recos. So there's a lot of challenge content coming into the game. That being said, I can flat out tell you the content that is done the least in the entire game, all of that. So to me, it's a little bit the fact that they are spending so much time and effort on that is probably a misfire on the devs' part. And we can kind of see now on JP that's not been the case of late. They're not doing advanced quests really anymore, probably due to lack of manpower. They're not really doing anything like recollection quests anymore. So I think that's they're toning it down a little bit because I think they realized too that people weren't doing it. And that's kind of the problem that they have going forward, and we're kind of just headed into that on an A. So you guys can expect this to be the case. Again, if you want the challenge, go for it. If you have the time, if you enjoy the game, go for it. But I'm also not going to tell you you're wrong if you want to like not partake in any of the challenges. If you want to kind of do the bare minimums and get out, I don't think that's that like wrong given how much they end up throwing at us. It's 30% chance for the Inworld Pearson Atlas. Damn, I had some bad RNG, man. I had some really bad RNG. Like I said, it's possible, but I was just like, God, that's just wild. I even scuffed it several times in those turns trying to get the RNG to change. It still wouldn't. They lied. They said they wouldn't put CTs on a lot of... Yeah, I just assumed they had a change in hard over that, and I don't like it, but it is what it is. This is spicy, but we're gonna go ahead and do it. Her crit rate felt more than just 20%. Oh yeah, like it's to me like the extra 2,000 damage is pretty nutty. You could have her have an attack that dealt 1 damage, and if you were non-hominide, it just automatically dealt 2,001. So like that's kind of the problem with that is they could have easily like lightened up on the punishment factor of that, but they chose not to. Just critting basically every other turn, yeah. Well, and I'll say this, pet peeve of mine. Don't give a boss 20 different buffs and make them all unremovable. Like, at that point, give the boss basically debuff immune. Give the boss, like you know, constant invuln, pierce, and buff removal. Like, you're just kind of taking agency away from the player. Like you guys were talking about before. Like, when your skills are RNG, you don't have any ability to, like, do much about it. And it's kind of the same way of, like, when a boss has unremovable skills, you can't do anything to, like, try and stop it or mitigate it. And I think that's kind of dumb. I think that's, like, yeah, like, you can try to land a crit down on her and stuff like that, but with debuffs, you're not going to be able to keep that up constantly. That's kind of the problem that you run into. First Lotto on JP, I full on missed. Too busy to play JP now, to be honest. What do you mean? There's still like 3 days remaining on JP. Get in here. Let's go. Hello, Anubis. Yeah, there's still like 3 days. Y'all got time to farm out at least 100 boxes. I mean, it depends on how long you have to play, but... Also, chat, I've switched over to doing Scotty comps, if I can, on JP. Most of my meta supports are that high in bond. So if I have a Scotty comp I can do, I will do it. Because I think Summer Scotty, and I don't know why there's no sound on this, I think Summer Scotty is my only meta support that is not above bond 10. Let's do that. Come almost all is the more consistent, yeah. Only real strategy was take support Ibuki and keep tapping red. Yeah, and that's like it's kind of rough when like you're not really sure, do you kill the side ads or do you just blitz the boss? Like, because neither option's good type deal. I sound under the weather? Yes, that's why I haven't streamed this week. I got back like Monday evening, but I've just been like that kind of messed up. So I potentially could have streamed yesterday. I chose not to make sure that I still got rest and was not like destroying my voice because I had a little bit of a sore throat still yesterday, which has been like something I haven't really complained about, but something that I've had on the side, and I've learned streaming and sore throats do not mix. Yeah, when Summer Scotty comes out, what's the best place to put her on our support list? Oh, that's really difficult because you end up having like Castoria, OG Scotty, units like Tamamo and stuff for like your casters, Tamamo Waver, anyone else, right? You end up having Reigns for Riders. You end up having uh, this is sick brain chat. You're a bride. I just could not think of her name for Sabers. Um, you end up having Koyan for Assassins. You end up having Summer Scotty and Oberon for your support, right? Sorry, your extra. So it's like it's really difficult nowadays to like get everything on your support list at the same time and have them all with like the best CE. My advice to you is that you always prioritize Castoria, Summer Scotty, and it's kind of a coin flip depending on the situation between Koyanskaya or Oberon. But those are the like 3 to 4 that you always want to make sure that have the best thing. From there, it really just depends. I'm going to flat out tell you that probably as long as Summer Scotty exists and is a choosable option for people, they will probably pick Summer Scotty over OG Scotty nowadays. That may change into the future with like meta developments and maybe like quick getting additional supports, but for right now, I see that to be the case. And so like, then from there, like Reigns and Nero Bride are like sort of these ancillary also Rans and stuff like that. So it really just depends. Do you recommend Lady Avalon for event support? That could depend on the event itself and depend on like how you see people doing it and running it. So it's like to me, Lady Avalon falls in the exact same issue as like Merlin and Tamamo. All 3 of these are predominantly challenge units. They're very good for things like Prisma Cosmos. Not necessarily for an event C. So it really just depends. Like it depends like what the style of event is. If it's a challenge-oriented event like say Tunguska, having a Merlin there that has a really good CE that would help people out in their challenge fights can absolutely be great. Less so for this specific one like Tunguska, but the point being that there are numerous times where you can kind of try to get away with it. How was vacation? I wish it was vacation. Technically now it's vacation at this. No, I mean I've pretty much I've been spending I've been spending most of my days like just sleeping and sitting here like watching stuff and trying to get away with the occasional farming. You guys can see how long it takes me to like actually get to JP and farm and like be on task and stuff like that. I just have a really hard time focusing and multitasking in the middle of like me being sick. That's kind of the thing that goes out the window. Ugh. Having 2 Morellas for black hole fights really nice. Yeah. Also, chat. Another thing I wanted to bring up. I had a post that I did make. It's like the only Twitter post I made since getting back, since being sick. But we had the big hullabaloo. You guys know the last day I streamed was the Ivan raid. It didn't happen. I just want to say this. Please represent your community better. Like all of you, myself included. Like I am not innocent in this regard. But I think like I am astounded at the sheer like vitriol and filth that I saw get spewed over that. I know it sucked. I know people wanted to like farm that, but like holy shit. People were going unhinged on that. I just like to me you got to pick and choose your battles. I think the thing that was concerning to me, and I said this on stream before I logged out, was like the fact that this was happening over Christmas was bad. Because I knew there was going to be no one in the office, and that is the first message that we got. It was a, hey, we know this happened, but like we'll deal with it later because we don't have anyone there. So I was worried they were not going to fix it in time for the second raid. I was worried they were not going to get the stuff. The second I saw that they did that, though, we're good, right? They announced compensation. They announced like, well, sorry, they announced compensation and they fixed the raid, right? So I knew based off that we're good, and the compensation was good compensation. I talked about that in the tweet. Like the only thing that I could have seen them doing is like, I don't know, maybe giving like 10 of the resource. I've seen people say like, oh, well, they should have given us at least 50. No, you weren't going to farm that many. You had less than 2 hours to kill Ivan. You are not farming 50 of any resource in that time. Because you also had to double NP Ivan. That was the requirement and gimmick of that fight. So, chat, you would be lucky to get 100 kills on Ivan in 2 hours. Lucky. Okay? Let alone get that many to actually drop the things that you need. And I'm going to say this. At the end of the day, the vast majority of people would not have farmed it that much. They would not have stayed up and done it. So the amount of complaining and demanding for higher compensation for a 2-hour raid, I'm sorry, chat, I expected maybe like 5 Saint Courts for this. You know, two for the missed like time of duration, and 3 for the hey, sorry, this is a we fucked up moment. The fact that we got 10, chat, y'all got 10 hours worth of maintenance compensation. And I saw people being like, that's not even enough for a whole roll. Yeah? Damn. Go look at Genshin. Man, yeah, oh god, you got like 160 primos out of something. Damn, that's enough for one spin. A singular spin. At least 10 Saint Courts is part of a multi, right? It's getting you to it. I don't know. It is what it is. And I'm going to say this right now. I don't like doing this in the community, but the amount of people that I saw complaining over not ice, but proofs of the hero, I don't care about your opinion. And here's why. If you desperately need proofs of the hero, you didn't farm any lottos. You don't know any of the lottos that are coming up. You're probably so freaking new, you have no context for what any of this means in FGO. So the second I saw people complaining about proofs, I just went, no, okay. Like, yeah, you need a lot of proofs. You could definitely stand to farm some. I'm not going to say that someone doesn't need proofs. I just know that anyone that's been around FGO any like moderate amount of time even would know that proofs are a very common resource. They come around all the time. You can afford to be patient with them. So it's like, I don't know. Or refuse to pay attention to anything. Right. But so that's why it's like, I'm not going to listen to the guy like standing on the rooftops shouting fire when it's like he's holding a lighter or some shit like that, right? Like that's that equivalent. Is like he's sitting there making the mountain out of the molehill. And I'm just like, it's not that big of a deal, guys. I don't know. That's the reason why I say that. And I don't like to do that in the community. I don't like to belittle anyone or say like, oh, your opinion doesn't matter. But when I see you complaining about shit and you have no perspective on anything, it goes back to like the year one complaints about like Servant's performance that people just didn't even understand how the game worked. It goes back to like people being like, man, I had 72 courts and I didn't get the unit I wanted. You're right. You didn't. Tough it up. Right? It's just usually it's somebody complaining to complain. They don't actually have the perspective to understand. I must admit many were exaggerating. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like a little bit, we got to do better as a community for that sort of thing. I'm not saying like y'all got to sit there and like bully people or anything like that. Don't do that. I'm just saying like, come on. Like don't try to like do that, especially not once they like I can understand being upset about the raid for like that 24-hour period there until we got to the next raid. After that, I didn't really see much point. Right? And the fact that it like kept going on Twitter for several days was just wild to me. We're lucky we got anything, especially during the holidays. Yeah, like I said, that was my big concern is that the devs weren't gonna do shit during the holidays. As soon as they acknowledged done deal, let's move on. Yeah, and like I said, it chat, if you complained and you're one of these people that you feel like I'm talking about you, it's fine. Like I don't hate you or anything like that. It's just let's try to do better the next time, right? That's all I'm saying. Like let bygones be bygones type of deal. It's just yeah, I think like that's something we got to do a better job of, and you know myself as somebody that I guess like can represent parts of the community, I'm just gonna sit there and say like yeah, part of that falls on me. I'm sorry I couldn't be here for you guys. I wish I could have streamed during that time because I would have been able to calm things down more, but it is what it is. Have they chosen the GSSR I'm playing? No, I haven't. I heard that JP announced their GSSRs. I heard that that Draco is left off of it. I think that's stupid. But that's like the extent. I have not looked into it. Who said the new Mystic Code was already available? Yeah, I mean that was pretty stupid. I assume like all of those tweets that you guys saw me reacting to were like pre-programmed tweets. They were so I don't know how many of you guys know this, but you can schedule a tweet on Twitter. So it's like, let's say, chat, I am going to be asleep at midnight. I can schedule a tweet to go out at midnight ahead of time. So it's like that's usually what a lot of like big corporate social media accounts are going to do is just stuff like that because they don't actually interact with their Twitter ever. So I think it's just they put that out, and I think that one just kind of snuck by any sort of like you know look into it. Yeah, actually, chat here. I'll show you guys my I'll show you guys my 90++ run. This one is 6 slot. It's not super consistent. It does work, but it does have times where it has to like multi-turn because it just lowballs. Literally the only server my JP account is saving for already disappointed. Yeah, I assume this is like a case of they just kind of want to like keep Draco like limited and rare. I'm okay with that to an extent, but they didn't give her a banner at all the rest of the year, so we'll see. No, you can schedule a tweet that makes more sense. Yeah. Do you have Ozzy? On JP, I do not. He actually was one of the. I think he was the writer that I picked for my Destiny summon when that rolled around during anniversary. Basically, just because you know, Ozzy obviously has really good damage capability nowadays, but like he's just a unit that always has had decent like support capabilities. Tiamat just got her second banner. Yeah, they announced it for New Year's, didn't they? I'll pull a dick move and put Draco right before the next banner for Eddie. I mean, they may be restricting her also because they don't want her trivializing some piece of content that's about to come up. That being said, that won't apply to NA because, you know, foresight. And at the end of the day, it's still not going to apply to everyone on JP because some people did roll MP5 Draco out the gate and like grailed her and stuff. So it's like, I don't really understand any logic to that sort of degree because it's like all you're doing is making it more difficult on your players instead of like rewarding them for having rolled. there you go. See, have to do some carding, but that's a 3-turn. So, it'd be better if I had a more powerful single target rider for something like this. I could use something like Made Alter. It'd just be brute forcing the charge, which I'm trying to avoid having to plug suit more than I already am. I'm already using Khadroth to kill herself, so just not that good of a deal. But there is some really nice stuff here. I did farm this up to the point to get 60. I think I started out at like 5, so I've done a fair amount of runs on this. And if someone will do me the honors of the calculation here, I would appreciate it. Oh, jeez. Oh, look, proofs? Yeah, and oh, look, my JP has like 2K of them after everything it's already used them on. Like I said, proofs are not that big of a deal. They are a mat that you will definitely finish eventually. 462, so that means 472. Doing good. Yeah, we gotta get to 500. Help me, let's go. Just raid the pirates? Well, so what I have been doing here is I've instead been doing the 90 plus instead of the plus plus. It's a lot faster for me to do it. Chat will probably see why here in a second. I don't think it matters who the hell I take for this, but yeah, this is my call. Now, this is a requirement. This being an NP5 is not. So this is NP2 chat, this is NP5. This is NP1. You do not have to have an NP5. It will just make it take, multiple button presses more than I have to. Is NP1 Summer Alter enough for 90 plus plus in JP? NP1 Summer Alter, you mean Made Alter? Could you do it at NP1? Probably, especially with reloading memes if you start out turn 1. Well, actually, you would actually kind of need to, because you would basically go ahead and pop everything turn 1 and have it so that the turn 2 NP is boosted, and then have it back in time for turn 3. So yeah, if you did like double Scotty Oberon, you probably can. You can use Khadroth to kill herself and take out the first wave, so that probably works. That's just, again, plug suit and someone killing themselves. So it's quite a bit of party cost, quite a bit of stuff. The chat, I could have also, in some ways made this easier on myself, but you guys can see I only have for a pen to unlock, which is one of the other sort of requirements here. Because basically I just come right through here and activate Taigong Wang's first and third, Shisho's third, and then the Mystic Code's 20%. Fire off this NP. I tried Chiome for this Avalon. NP1 is not good enough. Hello, Azure. Hope you guys are all doing good. Again, like I said, sorry I was gone for so long. You guys know I take streaming pretty seriously. I try not to. The turn 2 here, I go ahead and put Shisho's quick up on him. The whole reason I did Shisho's third skill on turn 1 is it's a demon/demonic enemy. Shisho has 100% power mod against demonic on her third skill, so you just use that. At NP2, you don't need her quick up to kill. You guys can see occasionally you get a little bit of a low roll here with an NP1 Taigong Wang. If you had NP2, it'd easily kill. And then turn 3 here is just to activate the third skill of Estrella, because he's evil, and so this is going to do a lot of damage. And I actually, I can lowball this, but only because I'm not pressing any of the other skills. There you go. 197 it lived with. So that was pretty much a worst case scenario that you guys saw on that. Otherwise, this comp actually goes really fast. It go hard, chat. If it wasn't hitting 200k right now. And double X in this, nice. Yeah, so I also have the luxury of I don't care what Mystic Code I use. I'm just using this because it's a faster way to get 20% charge. I could use the new Arts Mystic Code that gives 20%, but that's 2 button presses to get it, so I just kind of went with the easy solution for this. Just double X instead of Shisho. Yeah. Yep. I just saw the opportunity to use my Shisho. I realized her capability to help out Taigong Wei with the second wave, and Taigong Wei's ability to charge everybody else in the party here. So it just made it really easy. Yeah, it's 90 plus. The plus plus has absolutely better mat drops, but at this point, I'm more concerned with just getting enough boxes. Farming Dragon Fangs is about again. Melissa just had to come home. Yeah. Hello, Lotide. Do you think it's strange that Nero Beast has been excluded? Yes. I don't know why they're doing it. Like it I can theory. It's clearly for like FOMO and to make her seem more limited and rare, but I don't think it's a good thing for them to do long term. Now, if Jack can come up with a faster way for me to do the plus plus, then I'll do the plus plus. But you only have until I reach 500 boxes. So you got time limited nature. I can see them keeping Draco as a Destiny Summon exclusive. I hope not. That's just bad. Like, ugh. And you can see, chat, this is me feeling good about my congestion now. You can imagine how bad my congestion was before this. I've got zero way to make it faster, yeah. They'll run Draco either right before or right after we get another beast class. Good point. I don't know, right? Like Draco was a unit though that like I feel like a lot of people rolled for it. Between her and Tiamat, they were some of the hypest units released that year, and I think a lot of people ended up rolling for them. More so than like the people rolled for like Morgan at anniversary. So clearly you've got to burn most of your 4-star embers. No. 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 Not anymore, chat. Not now that Grail casting is a thing. Like my JP is extremely efficient with its usage of items. Avatar third skill Yeetzer, correct? Yes, just don't target her with it. It also gives guts. So if you try that, she'll just get back up. Didn't they roll because it was a collab unit too? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons to roll for her. Can't believe I'm actually sorting out my JPC inventory. Leah made me do it. That's wild. Considering, like, you know. Is Avalon cooking me a 90 plus? To be fair, you'd have to know what my JP account has. I tried coming up with various things. There are various ways I can clear the 90 plus. I think almost all of them though result in either more RNG or more time spent on the node. The issue at play is just it's very high health casters. And you can see I pretty much have this one down to muscle memory now. It's just across the line those 3 skills. Go do the Mystic Code. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Roberon's third skill, is it better to use Fragment or Arctic Mystic Code? For a single unit, it's gonna be Arctic. Oh. Oh, specific. Okay, sorry, I see what you're saying for the NP damage up. Um, that's difficult Technically, any source of NP damage being more counts as double, so yeah, it's going to be something like Fragment. Fragment's not the only 50% NP damage up, though, so if the NP gain aspect to that is useless to you, you can try looking into some of the other options. Who is Leah? That's a good question. Don't know. Haven't seen her on stream in a while. Oh, no. I actually got screwed. So I didn't stagger the cards like I was supposed to, and I got lazy. This can occasionally happen. I don't know how, but basically, you can get a low ball on both of them, and it results in this. So, because of that, I'm just going to activate all of Estrella's skills and still kill. But, like, that is kind of funny that was a thing. So, like, I don't actually need Taigong Wing's help to help Estrella kill, other than the charge. That's all he provides to her. Will there be a guide on Dobrynya? God, I keep saying I want to. Obviously, being sick this week doesn't help that. I'm not gonna promise it in this. I'd like to. I just gotta find the time, and I have. Like, one of the things I want to talk to you guys about today is, like, I at least want to, like, do sort of my normal staple of, like, beginning of the year videos. That's going to take quite a bit of work, and I'm now working from behind on that. I also just at this point feel like completely run down and just want, like, it's going to be wild to say this, time off. Even though I haven't gone into work this week, even though I haven't streamed this week, I need time off. Like I said, I've just been sick, so that pretty much has left me waylaid most of the time. And the sheer amount of farming I've had to do in the interim, like, basically when I feel good enough, I have to spend all of my time farming. That's been the, like, annoyance for playing both NA and JP this year. This is probably one of the worst years that we've had, where both NA and JP had a Lotto and raids. Pretty much, like, concurrently competing with each other. So that just made it really rough to get anything done. Normally, it's not that bad. Day one of asking for a Geronimo guide. Level up his art skill. Press it. NP. Profit. That's sad but true in Geronimo's case. Isn't that just JP? For what? Live stream on the 31st for New Year's? Yeah. I think for NA, they already said we're getting a dev diary, right, chat? Oh, God. You know, you would think after a while that there's just nothing to actually blow out. And that's just not true. Also, chat. I'm coming up on 500 boxes. Has anyone noticed how many apples I have on JP? Too many, yeah. Max a pen would make it 10% Mysticoda compatible. Ooh, that's a good point. I could probably do that. Do any of them have... Do we have a Mystico that gives 10% charge? No, never mind. I was going to say, do we have a Mystico that gets 10% charge and MP damage, but she shows the one that gets targeted and she doesn't need it. A year-long sinus infection? Wow. Possible to learn this power. I always run out of apples 100 boxes in. Yes. The secret to having a lot of apples is the secret to being able to farm a lot of boxes in a Lotto is going into the Lotto with a lot of apples. The secret to going into the Lotto with a lot of apples is not spending apples throughout the year. The secret to not spending apples throughout the year is logging in every single day and spending down your AP efficiently. so that like you're always doing the events and stuff throughout, so that you don't fall behind on them. Usually, the big way that I see people waste apples throughout the year is they fall behind in an event and they pop apples to catch up, or they fall behind on the story and they pop apples to catch up, or they, convince themselves that they need to farm something right now, this very moment, and they pop apples. The logic behind using apples efficiently is you should never use apples unless you're getting an increased bang for your buck. So that is to say, you can always farm on nat AP, but if you're gonna use your apples, make sure that you get more out of your apples. So like going, oh man, I really need to farm proofs, for instance, or like caster gems or something for something. You guys can do that. Just keep in mind that anytime that you pop an apple at a time where like that node that you're gonna run isn't half cost or isn't like, a much higher return on your investment, like let's say doing an event quest that gives a really good drop rate versus a free quest that what the drop rate always has been. Like, those are the sorts of situations that I'm talking about. So it's like, you don't want to pop apples if you're not going to get something more out of it. Ugh. Trying to farm low stars bond for more apples for Tesla Fest, but it looks like it's going to take a while. God. I think that's also where a lot of the other like weird ass vitriol from the I hate to bring this up again, but a lot of the other weird ass vitriol from the Ivan fight came from is people like bitching about Bond in the CE. I tried to tell you guys, remember, don't you like roll the CE just for the Bond. It was not worth it for that. The people that are like, oh, this reduced the value of the CE is like, you were missing the forest for the trees. And I tried to tell people that, but I knew some people were going to roll anyways. Bond rage, really? Yeah, is what it is. I know Bob said that he saw someone on Reddit who is claiming to have done 500 kills already on the final raid only a couple hours in, which we know they were botting. They didn't even deny it. And I guess like they were single target killing with an NP5 Melisson, the lowest difficulty raid. And the logic was that they were bond farming. And I laughed at that because I was just like, the sheer stupidity of that. Like, at that point, most people went into Tunguska without apples. Because you went through a gauntlet of farm events. You're still going through them, right? So it's like, most people didn't have a lot of apples. If they did have any, it was probably whatever amount they saved post Lotto or, they had gotten from the amount that they rolled out. So after a couple like 100 runs, you probably were into your quartz at that point. At which point, if you're popping quartz to bond farm to make more quartz, you're playing yourself. You're not winning that one. Like, congrats, they got you. So I don't understand that logic there. I shouldn't have done that, but is what it is. Oh, they made 130 runs of the raid? I made 150, so if you made less than me, you should absolutely feel that. No. Like I said, I wanted to do more. I'm impressed I managed to get 150 out of that raid, given my status at the time in terms of sickness. I'd like to thank that dumbass for supporting the game for me. Yeah, it is what it is. I think here's the reason that I bring people like this up, okay? Because I think some people see someone doing bond farming and they go like, wait, is that a thing I should be doing? Should I be doing that? Like, does this guy know something I don't? No, he doesn't. He's an idiot. Please don't ever look at that type of person and think that they know what they're doing. They don't. That's the only way I can say that. They don't. They think they know. They don't. Like, there is no other way I can make that clear. God. Sheeple gonna sheep, yeah. And that's like, I don't care what someone wants to do. If they want to like make whatever excuse and they want to like they want to like pop courts and stuff. Like I pop courts myself to farm, right? Like, but I usually do it to farm. I don't normally do it for like bond gain, right? Like I'm doing it for materials. And like I'm gonna say, like I don't care if you do that. It is what it is. I think the only reason that I will talk about such things and will care about such things is I realize that like there's a lot of misinformation in the community. There's a lot of like misrepresentation and like again echo chambering of like bad ideas and stuff like that. So honestly, I can blame Reddit for a big part of that sort of thing. I think it's the fact that they don't support content creators really, the fact that they've never really had a good relationship with content creators over the years, and the fact that like I think the general perception within the Fate community of content creators is a bad one. I think leads to situations like this because then you have people that don't know, they don't have anyone to turn to, and they instead looked at the idiot doing something crazy on Reddit. And that's kind of the problem. The Y500 exactly is to clear out the shop. No, you'd clear shop probably before like 30, 50 boxes, somewhere like that. For 500, it's just on NA. I always do 500 because I know that that's the amount that like my account needs in order to get the job done. What the heck am I doing here? But like my JP probably doesn't need 500, but I also don't normally do 500 in a Lotto. So I set out to do it. I said like, well, I have the apples to do so. Like chat. I basically spent all of my gold apples. These 8 are somehow ones that I've gained from like logging in during the event. I spent the like 2,000 bronze apples that I had. And I still have all of this. There is so much AP locked away in these things. It's wild. So, at the end of the day, I have the apple supply to be able to do 500 boxes. I'm just doing it. I can absolutely benefit from the resources on my JP account because my JP account's not at the point where like my NA is. My NA account is like, oh man, bro, like I can't spend QP to save my life because there's nothing to spend it on. My JP account is like, yo, more embers? Yeah, give them now. Like, my JP account basically just doesn't have the same materials that like my NA account does. It doesn't have as robust of a lineup, but it still has a pretty good lineup. So it still needs a lot of stuff. So it's like, if I were to do 500 boxes in a Lotto, like for the next like several Lottos on JP, I'd probably get to such a point. But any farming I do now just makes it easier on me in the future. So. Diane and Saber Alter are coming to JP. Oh, really? Okay, so chat, what are the banners that they announced? I didn't get to see that. I didn't stay up late last night. I went to bed, so... That's actually been one of my problems. I've not been sleeping good due to all the congestion. So. I got 162 runs on the raid. I've come out with 3 totally different teams. Yeah, I mean, and I'm going to say this, like, with regards to box count or raid kills or anything like that, remember, guys, set a goal, try to achieve the goal. If you achieve the goal, give yourself a pat on the back. It doesn't matter how many you do. It only matters that you achieve your own goals, right? Don't let anyone tell you you're not doing enough. Don't let anyone tell you, like, you did a shit job or something like that. Like, I can point to, like, 100 boxes in a Lotto and say that is a good amount to move, like, anyone's account forward, at least some. So that's usually what I tell people is, like, hey, try to aim for, like, at least 100. If you want to do more, be my guest. If you can't do even that, it's fine. Like, there's always another Lotto. There's always other times to farm. Dad sent you that banner image? Okay. Yeah, you'll have to forgive me, chat. I've not been paying a super amount of attention to the Discord. But, that's just, again, been, like... It's been difficult enough on me to even get, like, farming done. So let me get into this next run. So this is the GSSR, I assume, is what I'm looking at. And then these are our new units. Kiss the homie. Hey, what's up, Nez? Okay, so looks interesting. What the fuck? Cat, you want to know what my biggest issue with this is? What do you guys think my biggest issue with this is? Yeah, now chat's getting it. My biggest issue is here. And here. And here. And here. And here. And here. And here. No! Fuck off! You know what you're doing, devs. Like, why are the 4 stars highly demanded at this point? Because you've made them practically fucking rarer than the 5 stars. There is so much wrong with that. I'm kind of tired of it. They need to do something about this. Like, I'm A-okay with, like, rare units and stuff coming back, but this is wild that this is the way that this is. Again, like, yeah, there's some nice units here, but oh no. I hate split rate up. Yeah, they've got to change the pity system. This is fucking nutty. I mean, I'm A-okay with Merlin coming back. He is a fantastic unit there. Koyan of Light getting another banner, definitely not bad. In fact, like there's some wild potential right there, just between the synergy of those two. If you wanted to start your account on JP right now, you've also got that right there. You've also got that right there. So like combining each of them, again, even Aroma or Assaulter or something like that. Like so, you've got some insane buster potential on this. But like, yeah, just seeing 2 like big name supports kind of being in this banner is always going to make this a good one. And this is still without knowing who the actual unit is. We'll see. I don't know. Like, I don't want to like stick my foot in my mouth, but this is a pretty cocky, confident banner. Like, usually I feel like they don't want the units in the banner to upstage the new unit. Usually. But God. But like that went out the window basically with either of these two, and you know, obviously Tiamat sitting right there. So that soundcad, I know. I'm sorry. I need to mute when I do that. Do you think it implies a new Buster SSR? No, not necessarily. Right. Yeah, you have all card types here. So got quick arts. There's definitely a lot of Buster here. Arts, quick. I think Case Gaze and Arts and P. I don't remember. So it's like there's still quite a bit here. There is a lot of Buster here, but chat, welcome to FGO. There's just a shit ton of Buster. That is what it is. Like, especially at this point, I feel like they've let Quick languish way too long. If their goal last year was to have fixed Quick, they failed miserably on that, and they need to make this year about fixing Quick again. Okay. Yeah, like I've got no big input on this other than like why the fuck are the 4 stars so central in this? Like that's my only issue. Looking at our GSSRs here, looks like we're striated by card type, and I'm going to guess very odd deviations. Gender, color, and type? Huh? Because, like, this is Saber, Archer, and Foreigner. This is Assassin, Lancer, Berserker, Saber, and Alter Ego. So I assume it's not class based. Single target and AoE. Yeah, these are all single target quick. These are all single target arts. These are all AoE arts. All Buster AoE. Single target quick. Single target Buster. Oh, weird. Why is Tyra on here twice? Like, are we... Well, okay, so I get what you're saying, chat, but then explain to me the difference between these two. Because these are both single target arts and female. So like, it does feel like they're still just, like, throwing things in together. Yeah, okay, so it's arbitrary. I was gonna say, I was like, man, that's just kind of odd. There's just more banners for more groups. Yeah. And I think that's probably why they sat there and went like, okay, well, we don't want to put Draco in because everyone's going to pick the one that Draco wants. Here's my issue with this, chat. Who cares? If you were to go down here and make Draco and, like, I don't know, 3 other servants, okay? A shit ton of people would just pick that. Some of them would get Draco and be happy. Others wouldn't. In fact, a shit ton of people wouldn't. Those people would have then, I'm not going to say wasted their GSSR, but would not have dealt with picking another choice that, you know, kind of just at that point offset them. Like, they ended up punting in effect with their GSSR and saying, well, I got to get, you know, whatever other units I needed on the next one type deal. So it's like, I don't know. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that they seem to care too much about putting her on something that's not guaranteed to begin with. Column 5, row 5. ¿Por qué? Oh, you mean this one? Column 4, okay. Yeah, I don't think this one's bad at all, right? Like, basically everybody here everyone here is strong. Like, strong. Like, even if you have them, oh no, I got another NP level. It's like, it's not going to hurt you unless you're sitting here and you have NP5 of all of these units, right? Like, that is, I agree with you guys. That's a really strong one. So, I mean, like, I'm going to say this. I love Quick. I think you guys should absolutely, like, still get Quick units. I think that the game will find ways to make you regret using an Arts or Buster unit from time to time and really incentivize Quick. So you should definitely still try to build the Quick side of your account, even though Quick is not at its best point right now. That being said, I am not going to blame anyone for the, I'm just going to frankly say, intelligent choice of just being like, nah, fam, I'm just after these. Fix Quick and then I'll touch them. Like, I'm sorry. You want to run a banner for a Quick unit? You want people to roll on a Quick unit? Support Quick. I don't know why this is so hard for the devs. I'm sure they have something up their sleeve, but I've been saying that for like 4 years, chat. So I don't have any more excuse for this. At that point, it's like, man, if you just don't want to like roll for any of these, I can't blame you. Like it's not that like, oh man, the units that you get out of this will be crap. They're not. It's just, oh well, right? This is actually ridiculously good. You have probably the best challenge-oriented buff removal resistance unit. You have, I'm just going to say, a god tier, challenge unit in Squirtoria. Nero Bride, we've already talked about how good she can be as like a secondary or tertiary support. And Yang isn't bad. Yang is still a really good single target foreigner. This is pretty nice. Still not that great though. Like it's, this one is aging at this point, and it's purely because they don't really want to buff the units here. Like Jarcher could probably use an NP interlude at this point. Musashi could probably use some form of buff, but nothing insane. Like I don't even really think Musashi needs like a damage upgrade. Give her like some increased capability. Like you want to give her like charge or like better NP gain or something like that, be my guess, but don't give her more damage. This one's pretty nice. You got Zerktoria, who we already know is strong. You've got Weisky Kenshin, who I think at NP1 she's going to struggle a little bit, but she's still a really good unit, and she's got buff removal on her NP before damage, so that's just naturally going to be a strong thing, especially for boss killing, and she's an arts looper on top of that. Melisson is Melisson, and the Trung sisters are certainly not bad. This one's pretty cracked. Bakin is the worst thing you can roll here, and well, let me ask Avalon and Bob, is Bakin good? And the reason I'm asking them is I'm just curious to know their opinions on a unit that both of them have mentioned multiple times in the past month. Hey, Cad. Or no, it'd be like, hey, Avalon, hey, Bob, what are you guys running for this node? What do you guys think works? Well, apparently you can do blah, 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 Bakin, blah, 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 Bakin, blah, 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 blah. So Baki's going to be one of those sleeper units where a lot of people go like, "Oh, I don't need her," but she's actually still decent in several situations. I'm gonna say like you won't regret getting her type deal. I mean, there's some good stuff here, but I think Semiramis is a real dud right now. Sigurd's not bad. It's just Roma, or sorry, not Roma. Uh, Constantine. Thank you. Not much of a constant. Needs support, caster. That's just ridiculously strong for new players. Okay, so you got Ibuki, Durga, Mel, and Johanna. Um, I don't think any of these units is bad. I 100% think Ibuki is really strong. I think Durga can be strong. I think Mel can be strong. And I think Johanna, not strong, but can be very useful. So I don't think that's a bad one either. I do not understand the pairings here, but sure. I also don't understand putting QSH in multiple. Yeah, this does feel very arbitrary and forced. Where, oh, he's genderless, so we use this as an excuse to throw him in so that the female banner isn't too good. um, let me tell you what, chat. If we see any upgrades to these two units, this is a damn good banner in reality. I think a lot of this one comes down to how much you value Crane. Because, like, if you get Crane and you didn't want Crane, that's going to be kind of a whiff for you. But, like, otherwise, that banner is actually really solid. All of those units are good and useful, especially in challenge content. I mean, these two have certainly come a long way, but I think, especially on the Tamamo Lancer side, still a little bit of work to be done. Ultra's obviously nice. That's strong. The worst thing here is Dark Koyan, and Dark Koyan's not bad. I know people want to complain about Dark Koyan lately, but like Dark Koyan not bad. So I think a lot of people will undervalue this. This is a good banner, but a lot of people undervalue it. Uh wow. Yeah, like Oberon being here. Sorry, chat can't see this. There you go. So Oberon is here in this banner. I think that is the only one that he is in, which is unfortunate. So this is basically, do you want Oberon? Well, congrats, you're rolling it, regardless of how you feel about the other units here. So. Honestly, honestly, this has potential. You've got Summer Scotty and Sendo Rikyu, who we'll talk about her next Gouda chat, but she is a Black Grail quick looping AoE Berserker as a 5-star. So, like, I think a lot of people probably undervalue her at this point. Burrito Mart, not bad. Honestly, neither of the units are bad, but sadly, neither of them are very strong either at the moment. Second quick with Charlemagne, pretty good. The second quick? What, you mean this one, or you mean like over here? I'll look at the quick after this, but this is difficult. Like, I think in a banner in which the majority of these have 3 to 4 units in them, 5 makes it rough. It makes it really rough to get what you want type deal. Saber Shiki's really good. Hokusai's not bad. Kiara Ultra Ego's not bad. I think you can certainly roll this and get good quality units here. I don't think any of the units in this are bad. I just think some of them are getting dated, especially with how crazy some of the power scaling on other units is getting. Yeah, this one's actually really strong. I'm sure a lot of people are going to look at this and go, I don't want Bunyan or I don't want Abby. All of those units are really good. Really good. This, like I talked about, this is one of the best banners. It just none of these units are bad in any way, shape, or form. They are all really, really strong. They are all power creep units released in the last 2 years on JP. Really the last like year and a half. As Arcuate is the oldest amongst them, and Arcuate is still really strong. So it is what it is. Like, honestly, it's kind of wild that you have basically year 8, year 7 and year 8 anniversary unit on the same GSSR right there. I got a Super Bunyan. Super Bunyan is incredibly strong. Single target alter ego, you're gonna have a hard time finding anyone that's gonna out damage Bunyan. The issue with Bunyan is I think a lot of people don't care about Bunyan's design. It has nothing to do with Bunyan's gameplay value or quality. It's why you don't see a lot of people using Bunyan. I don't care if Super Bunyan is strong, Super Bunyan is bad. Yeah. How much does it cost? This, it should be the 15 paid courts. Which, again, if you guys are unsure as to what that means when you buy a pack, you usually get an amount of paid Saint courts and then an amount of bonus courts. Bonus courts is considered free. Okay? So just keep that in mind that when we say 15 paid courts, that means it has to be, what is it, the first number that appears when you buy things? The second number should be the free amount. Whenever you're spending courts in your account also, it will always prioritize spending free courts over paid, if possible. So that your paid Saint courts is the last remaining thing. If you want Ptolemy, this is by far the better banner to roll Ptolemy in. By far, compared to the Buster option. Like, all of these units are good right here. As for the quick units, not really keen on this one. I don't think Wangina or Saber Astolfo are very strong. I don't think, like, they're bad. I just don't think they're strong. I mean, you got Charlie and Doman here, but, like, I really feel like that these are the only reasons you're rolling. Like, you might get someone that really wants Takasugi or Dante's or something like that, or even Voyager, but, like, I think it's probably these two are the main attraction here, and the rest are, you know, good, okay, but a lot of it's going to come down to how you feel on quick. I mean, honestly, this is still a very strong single target quick banner. There's not a bad unit here. The problem with this is just, again, how do you feel about quick? Like, Particularly getting, you know, like Melt or MHXA here is like you get some real firepower. But yeah, it is what it is. I think if you want Tyra, this is the better option. By far, you've got Kama here. You still got Astolfo, so depending on how you feel about him, but yeah, you know, again, I know a lot of people probably are not high on Made Alter anymore, but Made Alter still to this day does redonkulous damage. This is not bad. You got one Gina mixed in here. You got Okuni as well. But at the end of the day, you want Bazette, you're going to be rolling this. I don't think this is a bad banner, though. I think all the units here are pretty quality. Okay, no, Doman is here on this one, too. They just had a lot of people to squeeze into this portrait, so it's not 6 units. It's just 5, because that's 1 unit right there. Honestly, not bad either. I think, and this, I hate to say this, but I think your worst pickups here are like Jack Demolay and Say. And neither of them are bad. And then we already talked about that one down there. So it's like, yeah, I think at the end of the day, I don't think the quick ones are very strong because they're all very bloated, it feels like, and they all, well, with the exception of this one. And just like, none of them really have that gotta have unit at the moment. I think that's part of the issue with how Quick stands in the meta. I think if Quick gets supported well, the stronger Quick units will really begin to pop off and will make people want them more. You can get them in preparation for something like that. But I can't say the people that have ignored Quick units at this point have been pretty punished. This is sort of the issue with them not fixing Quick. Abe no Seimei? Yeah, maybe, right. Yeah, and before Abe no Seimei comes out, and he's the premier new art support. But it is what it is, right? Like, I think it's an interesting mix, but I do think they've monkeyed with this one to make it so that, like, we like our odds in all of these. The house always wins type deal. New Year Servant, Arts, or Buster? I don't know. Quick. Abe no Summon? Yes. Hard to fix at this point. Even Seimei as a quick unit, Merlin couldn't do it. No, I mean, throw quick Merlin in the game and quick gets a lot better. Like, period, right there. Does that resolve all of its problems? No, I don't think it does. I think, like, it's probably going to take 2 units to fix quick. But can quick not be fixed? No, I wouldn't say that at all. I think people that don't think that you can fix quick or that quick is like never going to be good again and stuff like that are probably, you know, biased. That's usually what it boils down to. A lot of the people that I see argue this stuff are like, they've got a dog in the fight where it's like, oh, they're the like self-avowed like Buster supremacist who only uses Buster, or like they just naturally prefer arts type deal, right? And I'll make this blanket statement. I am someone that probably does. I like using all card types, but I think if I really have a preference, it's probably arts because I just like the sheer capability to come back that arts kind of has in like integral in a lot of its units. That being said, I really don't care. I want to see all the card types good. So I'm not someone that like actually cares which one is supreme or anything like that. My hope is that they're all usable, they're all useful, because I think that results in probably the best state for the game. Compared to like, oh, one card type is dominant type deal. Probably not a good state for the game to be in. Did you fix quick in your opinion? I have a very long video talking about that. TLDR, it just needs like It really just needs a couple of like new units to help it. Units that I think people take for granted at this point, probably on all the other card types. Like it needs low star options. It needs a good like challenge support. It needs a really good like probably split charge support. And I think if you get those things in the game, it probably just naturally turns around right there and there. Um, and part of the solution to this too, chat, can be like them changing an existing unit. Like you could take OG Scotty and make her like I don't know her defense down, give like 20% party charge or something. Um, that's probably too strong. That makes her another 70% charger. But like there are ways that you can get stuff into the game on an existing unit without it being like game breaking or anything and still help quick. Most of my strongest stuff is that yeah. Have you had a nice holiday season? I did. Been wanting Dantes for like 5 years. This is the least I'll get. Yeah. I mean, like again, I think if they start like actually supporting Quick properly, then at that point, I think people's perceptions on Quick change, right? Like it's hard enough because I think uh within the community, there's always been a very strong bias against Quick due to the way Quick started out. People just naturally came to like things, including the memes of like Oonga Boonga press red, right? Like that sort of stuff. Like naturally people found that funny and liked it and ascribed themselves to doing that sort of thing and like being Buster. Um I think there are ways they can rejuvenate Quick, especially because like it's almost like it's a political campaign at this point where you have to convince people that Quick is good, that Quick still can work. And case in point, chat, who's getting used right now in this comp, right? So it's like it is what it is, but I don't know. Like some people you can't argue with. You can't make you can lead the horse to water. You can't make the horse drink. That's like you can tell people a Quick unit is good. You can demonstrate it. They just may choose to never agree with you. Would they buff Tiger Wing to be more sport focused? They could. I think like I think the problem with something like this is they made Taigong Wang an offensive NP. And I think because of that, this skill is really strong, but this skill is only 15% of 3 different buffs. And I think they looked at that and they said, like, we can't just give him like 50% quick up. He'll be freaking broken if we do that. The reality is they absolutely could, and they could have just scaled his damage accordingly based off of it, but I think that's kind of what they looked at and they said like, oh, we want him to be somewhat of a hybrid unit. And that works, but I think it didn't solve any of Quick's macro problems. I remember the Scotty hate. Yeah, I've never really understood that. For the party, except target. 20 or 30 charge for the party except target. Except target. See, like, you don't want whoever the target was to get. I mean, like, I'm going to say this. I think one of Scotty, like OG Scotty, I think one of her biggest issues is simply the fact that she can't get to her NP. Right? People say, like, oh, Scotty doesn't have an NP. And I'm like, well, she does. But I think the fact that she can't get to it naturally compared to, like, Castoria. Chat, you can naturally get to Castoria's NP within a 3-turn environment. I think that is a advantage that Arts will always have over every other card type unless they find a way to make changes otherwise. But it's just that triple Arts combination is so strong for adding charge to the game in a game where charge is meta. So it's like, in order to combat that, to me, at that point, you have to give your other units more capability. I don't see them doing that, but that would be a solution. They could nudge most over the edge. I mean, we also live in an era now at this point, chat, where in the game, more charge has been the mantra for years and years and years, but we are reaching a point where units can have too much charge and they cannot turn that charge into more damage. That's a really weird issue. We never used to have that issue. More charge used to equal damage every single time. And so it allowed you to start from better starting points. It allowed you to use better supports. It basically allowed you to get away with more. We're now at a point where units have so much charge that, like, oh, well, cool. Well, now you've resulted in like 115% charge on this turn. What do you do with it? Nothing. Can't do anything more with it. Or you're just painfully shy of being able to touch like Black Grail or something like that. So it's like there's some really weird breakpoints that are on a case-by-case basis. I've seen a lot of people say that they wanna fix quick by doing something with stars. I'm not gonna say that you can't like help the star situation. However, I am going to say this: that will not fix quick. Can anyone think of why? AP, thank you for the 49. And the Gugomo, thank you for the follow. And Erroneous Crew Cut, thank you for the follow. Trash, thank you for the follow. Rented, thank you for the follow. Mushi, thank you for the follow. Sorry, guys, I did not see activity feed, apparently. Forgive me, I am sick. I am a little bit off my game today. Because Buster has more stars with kind of like, yeah. Buster and Arts can manufacture stars in a lot of comps, so any change that you make to allowing like excess stars to be used for like damage or charge also benefits those other card types. So it has to be like specific to a unit. And even then, Chad, at this point, if you don't want it to overflow into power creep for the other unit, there is nothing stopping someone from taking Merlin in an arts comp. There is nothing stopping someone from taking Scotty in a Buster comp. And therefore, that same logic applies. Even if you attach it to a quick unit, there is nothing stopping someone from pulling that into another card type's comp and abusing it. The only way is if you make it somehow specific. So you can do something like that, but it has to be like, oh, well, this only benefits a unit with a quick MP. Or like, I don't know, right? Like, you have to find some way of making it specific so that it doesn't power creep the other card types even further. The whole goal with fixing quick is to make quick catch up. Sorry. To make quick catch up to Arts and Buster. Okay? And if your goal to fix quick also makes Arts and Buster stronger, all you've done is move the goalpost. All you've done is shift everything further. You have not brought quick closer to the finish line. So the logic there goes that it has to work for only quick. We're giving a bride-like support that gives damage, Nishin, and Pigeon. Okay? So bride. I know what you're saying, right? But it's like, that is kind of the issue that we have. Like, you could use bride, you could use various other units with quick. I think like the concept at play works like this: you can use waiver, reigns, and Oberon as neutral supports with all 3 card types. They work. The weird part is Oberon specifically helps 1 card type more. Like, he's still really good for Quicken Arts. He just also gives 50% extra damage to Buster. If you want to help something like that along, this is where I'm going to say, like, you want to give Waver or Reigns a buff? That'd be how. Like, give one of them, like give Waver a 50% quick buff. It'd help. It wouldn't be, like, the best thing ever, but it would help. So I think, like, that's kind of the issue that you run into with a lot of this stuff, is just that, like, there are naturally, like, advantages to some of the other card types, and that's kind of the issue that they have with Quick, is they've given all those advantages to the other card types. Quick is simply in a losing battle? Well, I guess it depends on how you mean that, Rain. Like, are you saying, like, you believe that Quick can't be fixed? You believe that there is no reason to use Quick ever? Or are you saying, in the current state of things, unless they make changes, that there's no real reason to? Because, like, I may agree with the latter a little bit more than I would the former. The former I don't agree with at all. You can absolutely fix Quick. Losing battle right now. Yeah, okay. What advantage does Quick have left? Okay, so let me ask you this, chat. What advantage has Quick ever had? And now you understand a little bit more why there's been an inherent bias against Quick in the community for years. Stars. So, chat, when did Quick lose the advantage of star generation? This is an interesting question for the community. I want to know, like, what chat thinks of that and when they think that change occurred. Skya? Castoria. Well, that's interesting because Castoria didn't do anything for stars. I see some of the OGs. They know I've made this argument before. Merlin? I think you could definitely say Merlin definitely helped erode that a little bit. But some people in chat have the right of it. Happened right here, chat. ID number 67. When this came into the game, it was not a release craft essence. It was just one of the first wave of craft essences released after release. When this came into the game, already you started to see an erosion of the major gimmick of Quick. Now, here's an interesting concept for you guys to understand. What makes this any different than Prisma Cosmos? If you can answer this question, I think you understand. But can you answer this question? Why did Prisma Cosmos not hurt Arts, but 2030 hurt Quick? Prisma Cosmos only helps one unit. It's definitely a good point. Importance of stars versus NP. Yeah, that's probably a little bit more the truth of it. At the end of the day, everybody needs NP. Not everyone needs stars. Not everyone basically ends up like having to have stars on every single turn. But there is never a turn that I can ever remember in anyone's stretch of the imagination where you've been like, fuck, I have too much charge. Like, you may have done that like via a scuff and you activated the wrong skill. But it's one of those deals where you just went like, oh shit, hell yeah, man, more charge. Here's the issue with this. There is a finite cap on stars at 50. And so this is where like the people saying, hey, give changes to stars that like allow you to spend them or allow like some sort of beneficial effect for anything over 50 comes from. And that's why like I don't think that's a bad idea. I certainly think that we can look into stuff like that. That would be good, right? But they can't like have the same effect basically, because after 50 stars, chat, your stars are worthless. And I'm gonna make a bold statement to you, chat. Let's imagine that this is Scotty. Let's imagine that this is Scotty, and let's imagine that this is generic quick support. How many stars do you need? How many stars do you need for this unit to crit? For this unit to secure? At least 5? Sure. 20 to 30? Yeah. I think this boils down to like star weights and stuff like that. But usually I'm going to end up saying that like kind of point is around 30 stars. Anywhere north of 30 stars, you start seeing like 70 plus crit chances on your cards. You start getting really good odds of there being a crit, and it really begins to pay off for you. So it's not even that you need 50 stars. In fact, getting to 50 stars begins to become a little bit overkill. Getting more than 50, absolutely wasteful, and there's no benefit. Okay? So when we start thinking about something like 2030, 2030 can sit there and it can basically pave the way for you and make it a lot easier to get to that sort of like break point. You guys can see I just had 20 stars right there. So all of a sudden that need to have a star generating engine in your team comp kind of goes out the window. You have one. By virtue of a CE, by virtue of a skill, by virtue of a Merlin NP, right? Like, you can't really point to any one thing and say, this was the end, right? Like, at Prisma Cosmos and Fragments release into the game, Fragment put a dent in, but it's not like Quick became useless right at this moment. This is just where Quick started getting its advantage eroded. Kind of the issue that we have going in here. If you look at something like Prisma Cosmos, on the other hand, and you start thinking about what I told you about the big advantage of arts. So now let's assume that you've got Estrella here, and that this is now Castoria, and that this is now, I don't know, like Tamamo, right? Like, all of a sudden, everybody's running through here with like triple or double arts decks. Everybody's got a shit ton of arts cards suddenly, and you're able to farm a triple arts chain. Cool. What's that do for me? More charge. So now let's add something like Prisma Cosmos on top of that. Let's assume that this Tamamo or this Castoria had Prisma Cosmos on them. What does that do for them? That charge wasted? I mean, it might be. It might be that turn. Like maybe you're on this turn, like right here where Astray is at 80%. Then you get a triple arch chain, and all of a sudden Astray is at 100%. You don't care, right? Like, you actually didn't need the additional effect from Prisma Cosmos at that point. You didn't need even the card if you're already at 80%. But that's not where it helps. Let's imagine you just NP'd. Let's now imagine that instead of 80%, you're more at like this 3 or this 16%. Man, you get that triple arts combo, you get 20%. That's cool. You also get the additional impact of the card coming after that. So you're probably looking at somewhere from like 30 to like, I don't know, 35% charge. It just really depends on like how many buffs are flying around and that sort of thing. So what's the effect of Prisma Cosmos? Oh, it's 45. Maybe it's 50. Maybe I'm just getting the NP faster. The issue with this is, and charge in general is, more is always better. More just makes me get more charge, which makes me get more NPs. There is never a point at which I go, fuck, man, I got too much. More NPs always means more damage, more protection, more buffs, more healing, you name it, right? Like, it depends on people's NPs, but that's the added bonus. The value of an NP is so high for the X factor that it brings. Well, crits are pretty one-dimensional. They just do more damage. Here's the other issue at play here, too. Now imagine this is a boss, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4 break bars, including side enemies that spawn, and buff chances that fail at 50% of the time. Not that we've ever seen a fight like that. The whole point being, you're naturally limited on how much damage you can deal with your crits. You're getting cock-blocked by that. Or maybe, I don't know, you just are not at a turn where you have the cards, because of the RNG nature of cards, to really be able to utilize your crits that turn. Maybe you need to fire in peace that turn. Maybe all the crit stars got soaked to Estrella, but you needed to actually, again, get Castrator or NP as fast as possible. So, you're not getting as much impact there. So, sorry, chat. Hold on. Okay, so the logic there just kind of goes that, yeah, you're getting benefit, you're getting value out of your stars, right? But it may not be useful every single turn. It may not help. Back in the day, the logic kind of went that, for old school teams, we didn't have charge aplenty. We didn't have support NPs flying around every 2 seconds. We didn't have basically meta supports coming in here and super buffing everyone. So if you wanted to be able to crit, you either needed a unit that could generate their own stars, or what we used to call an engine. An engine would be someone like Jack. Someone that goes in there and just has a really good star generation rate and can absolutely get you some stars when they use their cards. So that if you have to use them, or more importantly, if you're card counting and seeing the cards that are coming up, you could go, hey, you know what? I know I'm going to get all of Estrella's cards, and I want her to crit on the next turn, so I'm going to use all of Jack's quick cards that I have this turn and try and get it. Here's another issue with that. RNG. This is why you see the focus towards more a manufacturing of stars on demand, rather than a reliance on RNG from cards. Carding sucks for that sort of thing. There's no consistency for it. You might go, oh, you know what? I have Estrella's cards coming up in the next turn. Really want her to crit. I know I'll use all of Jack's quick cards, and you get no quick cards for Jack that turn. They all happened back on turn 1 instead of on this second turn or something in a 3-turn sequence. So this happens. Yes, you can also miss at 90%. Your crit is nullified. So having that ability to manufacture stars meant so much more. It's especially, too, the fact that stuff like 2030 are just consistent on a per-turn basis. So you can make these same arguments going against Prisma Cosmos. The issue is just the sheer value of getting to the NP faster. And, the second you do, you fire the NP, and it's just doing it again. So, again, maybe that's really all it has going for it. So the problem then becomes, well, we have that 50-star cap. It goes away every single turn, but the more stars we can generate per turn, the more stars we can manufacture on demand. So, instead of going, hey, I need to generate stars for the next turn, I just go, and I basically do one of these and go hey, I know, I will generate even more stars. Like chat. Case in point. How valuable is Quick's ability to generate 50 stars in a turn. Taigong Wang generated 50 stars. It didn't fucking matter because I pressed one button on Estrella and got 30. And Estrella is one of the rare units that actually has a star consumption skill. Oh no, I just spent 5 stars. I'm still 25 stars over ever caring. So the logic there goes, look, having the ability to produce it on the same turn that I needed it, like let's assume instead I had 0 stars. I need 5 stars to be able to pop Estrella's third skill. It doesn't matter. Estrella brought them herself. That is literally what her second skill does. It gives her stars. So naturally, the advantage of Quick being I provide stars doesn't matter when you give its utility to everything else. When you put it on mystic codes, when you put it on skills, when you put it on craft essences, it doesn't matter. Right? That's the issue. So, and especially as they have started to give this to, you know, like if they had done all of this, but they had kept it to Quick units only. So the only units that could have a star on demand skill were a Quick unit, that would have been fine. That would have kept the balance of power for needing stars and crits towards Quick. But they didn't do that. There's your issue. It's a really complex issue. It's an issue that developed over time, but the basis for it is pretty simple. They just didn't balance properly. So, how do you fix Quick then? Well, I already talked about the issue that it just needs better supports. But if you want Quick to stand out, like, chat, what's the identity of Arts? What's the identity of Buster? How are they different from each other? And then if you can answer those two, what's the current identity of Quick right now? They're better than Quick. Buster hits hard, Arts and P gain. Yep, right? Like, so then what is Quick known for? You have the ability to get back to an NP fast, and you have the ability to hit really hard with an NP. Or crit. Being the middle child. Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up, because if they messed up with Quick anywhere before ever starting the game, it was there. I have my theory that Arts should be the least strongest card, Buster should be the strongest, and Quick should be the middle child. Quick should be the card that doesn't generate as much NP and doesn't deal as much damage. So it doesn't generate as much P as Arts, it doesn't deal as much damage as Buster, but it's just this in-between. With the added benefit of stars. And that would actually see it balanced a little bit better. But that doesn't matter anymore because we're way deeper into the life of the game and way more units have come out. So imagine crit and P. I've seen several people propose allowing for crit and Ps to fix Quick. That will never fix Quick. And I will say this. One, it probably wouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things of like break bars. And two, if it did matter, imagine the balance nightmare that would pose. Also imagine that unless you make it specific to Quick MPs only, that any unit that you put into the game that allows an NP to be able to crit can be used for Arts or Buster. Hence the issue, right? You just made Buster hit even harder, right? Quick's identity is bringing damaging friend for farming, and that's it. Yeah, I think they have some interesting ideas so far from Quick. Things that they haven't quite pulled the trigger on. So, like, chat, how do Buster systems work now? Like when you're 3-turning with Buster, how are you doing it? Well, the majority of the time. Cooldown reduction. Yeah. That's actually Buster's real identity at this moment. Is that Buster has a gimmick that reduces cooldown. That allows it to stand apart, that allows it to be able to activate skills doubly so. It's a really cool idea. Do you know who should have gotten that idea? Quick. By nature, what is quick? Oh, it's fast. So it's so fast that it gets the ability to get its cooldowns back. It's a genius system. I think it works really well. I just think that Koyanskaya probably should have been quick if they wanted to do that. Quick, the slowest way to kill an enemy. Yeah, that being said, the hilarious nature of that is that being able to double pop your skills means you have the slowest clear time. That is the issue with using Buster, chat. Why am I not using Buster in any of the nodes whenever it's possible? It has nothing to do with damage, right? If I have the damage to kill the node in any other way other than Buster, I will avoid Buster because Buster usually results in me pressing more buttons, which takes me more time. It allows for more scuffs to happen. It just makes me have to pay attention that much more. So I will try not to use Buster when possible. But it's there. It's an option, and it's good. So interestingly enough, like I could sit there and say that, oh, well, you know, that would be something that'd be synonymous with quick, but is what it is. And you know, there's the meme idea, and they shouldn't do this, and nor will they do this, but like you could actually make it where like quick and peas just go faster. Oh. Or maybe like that's the NP skip that everyone has cried for years. But like I don't think they ever will do that, nor do I think that's probably a good idea. But like that would at least give it some tangible value. Where it's like, damn though, that quick MP so fast. But at the end of the day, I think I can look at something like quick and say like, one of the issues that they I think have tried, and this is apparent with Summer Scotty, is that they've tried to make it where like kind of how you see here where like maybe you have sort of these split setups where multiple units handle multiple waves. Arts is really good for that. Buster is beginning to come into that with units like Koyanskaya of Dark and Kukulkan. But like the reality here is that you know, usually you want one unit to handle it. And what I've seen them try to do with Quick and Summer Scotty is that they've tried to make it where, hey, you know what? You've got 3 turns. You need to clear the node, but maybe you only NP twice and you card one of the waves. It's a really cool idea because it feels like what they're trying to do with that is Scotty gives quick up and Buster crit. Combining with OG Scotty means you get another quick up, but quick crit. So now you've got extra crit damage on Buster and quick when you combine those two. That gives you more viability, especially if you have a unit that's, let's say, they've got 2Q, 2B as their deck and only 1A. Well, that just means that at that point, if you get their cards, they have an 80% chance basically of having, you know, it be a good card, right? A card that could help them clear that wave and crit that enemy down. What's the problem with that? Still RNG. Yep. So it's like, it's a cool idea. I know Bob's brought this up before. He thinks that they should, you know, give some sort of ability to kind of get the cards you want. I don't know how they do that specific to Quick, because that, like, absolutely would have to be a requirement of such a feature. Any feature that they didn't restrict to quick would naturally just immediately get stolen by the other card types and get used to their advantage. So I don't know about that, but like, I think that's an intriguing idea. The only issue with it is it's too RNG. So if they had a way to reduce the RNG, or they had a way to say, like, you know what, on this turn, I just get the cards for that unit, that would be huge. That would absolutely remove the RNG factor of that and make it so that, honestly, it would fulfill exactly what I talked about, where quick would be the fastest clear. Because carding is almost always faster than firing off an NP. But just giving quick cards a passive increase to the crit chance of all cards behind them. They actually have done that already. That is the change that happened on JP. So, for instance, if you start with Buster, you get more damage as your first card bonus. If you start with Arts, you get more NP gain as your first card bonus. So all cards coming after this Arts card get more NP gain. If you start with Quick, you get 20% increased crit chance for all cards. So you can see this, like 80, 50, 60, 30, 90. Boom. 100, 70, 80, 50, and this one became 100 because it was already at 90. Okay? So that is what it does. Hilariously enough, if you do a Mighty Chain, and you'll see this in play here. So let's say I do these two. Mighty Chain, and what this does is means that I've taken 3 of a kind. I now get every first card bonus on my first card. So watch as I hit the quick, as it will add 20 stars to that Buster card. Boom, right there. So it's really fast, but you can see. So now I gain every benefit. That is one of the changes that they made to help quick. I do think it's a good change. I do think it helps. It's just only part of the issue. It doesn't actually like fix the whole overarching issue, because so much of where quick is at its current moment just deals with a lack of options in the support choice. Oh, today I learned, yeah. Again, chat, you guys will have Mighty Chain coming up at like New Year's. Sorry, not New Year's. That's literally right around the corner. Coming up at anniversary this year. Definitely go check out my video on Mighty Chain if you haven't already. I talk all about it, how it works, and the logic behind how to choose certain cards with Mighty Chain. A quick unit that rerolls cards to quick cards. So that'd be really interesting, right? But oh no, like what happens then when you're taking like Summer Scotty and she gives bonus damage to Buster crit and not quick? Like I think that's actually a really good idea, Linkle. And I think that could be something that would work, because it would get rid of the RNG, but only for quick. You would just need an appropriate comp to be able to take advantage of it. Like I said, there are numerous ways to go about fixing it. I'm not sure what the devs intend and why the devs are like waiting so long to do it. I think that's the issue at the end of the day, is it's not that the devs can't fix quick, but the devs are taking their sweet ass time for God knows what reason, right? Imagine a quick support that doubles NP hits. Yeah, and like that could be a thing, especially if it's like only quick NPs, right? Like not, you know, like, hey, we're doubling the NP hits of like someone crazy like Caster Gill that has like 15 hits on his NP. Don't allow that. That's gonna break things. But like, yeah, you basically make it so that like, actually I say like Caster Gill, right? Cass Gill wouldn't even be that broken, because I think his overcharge is just like what is it, like crit down or something like that. But no, I mean, look at someone like Space Ishtar, who only has like a 4-hit NP. Do her as Arts, double up those hits, and now she's 8-hit NP. That starts getting to like, hey, now you're getting to 200% overcharge. Now you're reaching that additional damage level because she has NP damage on extra overcharge. And you start looking at like, yeah, you're actually just spiraling the other unit stronger. So yeah, it's where like, again, you'll notice in each one of these scenarios where I'm saying, hey, here's one of these things that I think you could do. You have to find a way to make it restrictive. That is the unfortunate nature of it. And we can sit there and we can go like, oh, well, Arts and Buster aren't restrictive. And you're like, that's true. Arts and Buster, though, have so many better options at the moment. So Quick can't afford to make the other card type stronger. You think the devs are floating around for an idea for Quick that when it comes out, we wonder how nobody in the community thought of it? You mean like kind of like the NP reduction, or sorry, not NP reduction, the cooldown reduction thing with Tamamo? I know for a fact that I myself had thought about using cooldown reduction for comps and stuff before that point, and even building a system off of it. I don't think people expected it for Buster. I don't think people expected Koyan Skyo was going to be it. I think like it just blindsided a lot of people in that regard. Not that no one had ever thought of it, just like it was always this thing that we kicked around in our heads type deal. Which in that regard, like, this is why I say there are times where I've looked at the choices that the devs have made and I've gone like, they're not idiots. They know what they're doing. They're actually really smart. And people don't give them enough credit at times. I definitely see that. There's some actual genius in some of the decisions that they make. But yeah, there's also some idiocy too. I think that kind of just goes par with the course. And a lot of this, as I've talked about too before, is I think we as players of the game are naturally going to be biased towards our own experience and stuff like that. Most people don't put themselves in the developer's shoes. They don't think about what the developer's goals are and how that may differ from a player's goals. They try to think about it only from a player's lens. And the reality is that the devs may like not care that you're suffering at that moment and may, you know, value that for like how much money or something they're getting out of it, right? So it's like a lot of people don't try to put themselves in the dev's shoes and ask what their goals are for whatever it is that they're doing. What about command codes that make your cards change target on kill instead of continuing to overkill? Well, that'd be an interesting one. I mean, if I want to change targets, I stagger, right? So it's like, I'm going to say most of the time overkill is to the player's advantage. Maybe there would be times where you wouldn't care and you'd want it to change just to be able to squeeze out more damage. And that could certainly be a thing, but I don't know, right? Oh my God, give it to me. There you go. I think the same issue, any sort of solution involving cards naturally comes down to the issue being RNG, right? They've already kind of done a little bit of that with the way they changed, Mighty Chains stuff coming out and the lead card bonus for Quick. And also, like, kind of their changes there with Summer Scotty and how it feels like they want you to card a wave now. It's just naturally any sort of card solution is going to be beholden to RNG if you don't find a way to get rid of it. And RNG is always undesirable to the player, if possible. Players will seek to eliminate RNG because easiness. And Chad, if you want any example of that, look no further than the final Tunguska fight. People did not like the RNG aspect of that fight. Made a lot of fuck ups and dumb choices. I still think they're idiots. I'm not gonna say every person there's a genius, but what's the saying? Even a blind squirrel finds a nut. Even a broken clock tells the right time twice a day type deal, right? Like, Quick needs split charge, NP gain support, and a cracked damage dealer like Cuckoo or Victoria. So Quick actually has some really good damage dealers. Like that is Quick's real advantage. A lot of the times if you look at like the raw NP stats of each of them, this is why I show you guys that chart. You can see that a lot of times Quick has a slight edge. And the easy way to see this, chat, is if you actually go look at a unit like Space Ishtar. Space Ishtar can be all three card types. Space Ishtar's damage numbers for Arts and Buster are the exact same. Space Ishtar's damage numbers for Quick are actually a little bit higher. Quick has always had a little bit of an edge. That being said, I don't know that it really has paid off for Quick in the long run, right? Like, I think that's one of those things where it's the elephant in the room type of like argument where it's like you're always like wondering why they like are so afraid seemingly of Quick. And it just appears like there's some boogeyman in the closet type deal. It's rare. It's not rare to see Quick MPs get 1,000% damage or more. Yeah, I think it's like, look, don't get me wrong, right? Like, can they make some super crack damage dealer that just like I think part of the issue that we can say stuff like this is like, last year we had all of these units come out that are just all like Buster, right? And all of their damage numbers are like fucking crazy. So I think that's kind of the issue that we face. A lot of that, though, too, if you remember, is a lot of this is their calculated synergy with Oberon. It's their ability to touch Black Grail. It's these sorts of things that are making the units really strong. So, I won't be surprised to see other units like Oberon in the future. I think that's almost an inevitability that they will have to do because they set this in motion themselves. We already know that they're kind of like having to power creep themselves due to how much power creep they've already put in the game. How they choose to go about that and the timing of it, though, just really depends. That has skill that charge a servant's NP card type for 3 turns like Space Ishtar does for herself. Oh, change. Sorry, not charge. I mean, specific to Quick X? Like, I guess, like, my question is, what's your goal with that? Because, like, damn, yeah, I would sure love changing some of these Quick units NPs to arts. Maybe Buster? That's not going to make Quick better. If you catch my drift, right? And Chad, I just want to say, like, I'm happy to be back. I like, I hate being sick. I hate missing stream. This feels good to have these conversations. Pile of quick command keys you have to. Devs definitely ignore it, kind of. Yeah, I pointed that out earlier that it's kind of wild that I always have extra quick ones. Because and the reason you have extra quick ones, chat, is like even for someone like me who does the saber faces, which actually have a lot of quick units in them, um, the hilarity is a lot of their unit design nowadays is single quick card units. Like they're dominantly favoring double arts, double buster decks. Right? So like that's kind of why you have more keys for quick. It's most of their unit designs are favored towards arts and buster at the moment. And I think it's also like a chicken and egg scenario where they're favoring arts and buster because they know that's what the community wants, but they're having to favor arts and buster because they didn't ever buff quick. So that's what the community prefers. Another reason you want to be careful with fixing quick is you don't want to see it becoming green arts. Yeah, I mean, like, I'll say this. I think in the interim, if it becomes green arts, I don't care, right? Like, oh no. I still feel like, chat, if it becomes green arts, arts still has the advantage. Right? But I do agree with you in the sense that I feel like quick should have some identity of its own. It should have ways to stand out. I've seen people say that like the proposed way for it to stand out at this current moment is insane crit damage. That's cool and all. I think the issue with that sort of thing though is that like does it actually have the most insane crit damage? Right? Like think about that for a second. Or is it that oh shit, like Buster actually does. So this is kind of an issue of like there's just that many more options for other card types, and that's where that kind of comes back to bite you. Not without JP things, true. Yeah, what do you think will be the next big meta sports gimmick or setup? I don't know, but the next big meta sport better be quick. Like for quick's sake. Um, do I think it actually will be? I don't know, right? Like it I think that sort of thing depends on who it is that they're attempting to release rather than their idea of game balance. Because I think, like, chat, I think game balance is something they strive for, but I think it always takes this like second fiddle basically to lore and them like wanting to do something, right? Not that they couldn't make things work, but I think it's like they look at that and they go like, okay, like for Estrella, man, we really want her to be arts type deal, right? So but then they need to introduce Estrella at, X or Y point. So regardless of how meta is currently balanced, they release a unit for a card type, even though it might skew balance, right? And I think that's kind of what's going on here, chat. I've said this before, that if I can think of anyone unreleased who is the quick boogeyman, I've said this going back like 2 years now at this point, it's probably Abe no Seimei. If he's quick, right? He might not be. But let's entertain that thought for a second. Let's what if that, okay? So what if Abe no Seimei, who is Japan's Merlin, ends up being quick? Well, they're not going to release him until they're ready to, until they, have the big enough, grand enough moment for a unit like that. And as a result, they may just know that Abe no Seimei is going to be this super cracked unit when he comes out. And so they go like, shit. We can't release like more quick supports in the interim. We don't want to break quick when he comes out. We don't want to make it so that the scaling is now just untenable. The reason that this finds flaw in my eyes, and the reason why, like, this is an interesting idea, but I'm not sure that it's actually the reason, is because, okay, that's cool. Well, Quick's been in pretty much dire straits for like 4 years. Probably more now, right? Like, so you waited a long time. You don't have any low star options still. So it's like they haven't tried to address any of the other issues that Quick kind of has at the moment. So you go like, are they really actually afraid, or are they just not doing anything type deal? And that's why I say, like, I don't know, right? This is always a difficult thing for me. I think there's, like, you can look at the devs' actions and the way they design and balance Quick, and it really speaks to there being a boogeyman. But the boogeyman has failed to materialize for years, so it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. And they haven't done anything else to really help it in the interim. The only thing they have done are those changes to the actual, like, lead card bonus and Mighty Chain. So, and those do help, but yeah, it's like, I'm not really sure that's fixing Quick. Devs should want that? Yeah? Shufu FGO? Yeah, I mean, Shufu is actually a great example of what I'm talking about. Why does Shufu, the consort U simp, buff a card type that is not either of consort U's available card types? Right? We actually didn't need another low star art support. Shufu should have absolutely been Quick. It makes 0 sense to me. You can't tell the difference between blue and green. It is what it is. Like, I don't know why. I don't know why they did that with her. It just is what it is. So it's like, there are some points where we cannot fathom why the devs have made the choices that they have made. We're not the fly on their walls. We can't, see what it is that they're considering and why they're considering it, type deal. A quick support with quick effectiveness, MP damage up, and quick crit damage up, but that's my opinion. I mean, you have that if you just give like extra NP damage to OG Scotty. And like, I don't know, I'm not gonna say that they can't do something like that, but you could in theory just combine Oberon in such a comp and get that effect. So I think at the end of the day, my issue with all of this is just that there are numerous things they can do. They don't seem to be doing any of the ideas yet. Why they're not, why they take so long to do it, I don't know. And that's all I know, is that I don't know. Like, looking at it logically, it doesn't make sense to me. You would think the logic chat would be, hey, let's make quick good so that people roll quick units. So that, like, when we give a banner to a quick unit, people don't go, oh shit, it's quick, I'm not rolling for that, right? Like, if you want to use the quick units and they're actually good, that's going to result in more of this. And more of that is usually what their goal is. So this is where, like, I'm not sure, right? Like, it doesn't pass the smell test to me. And that's why I assume there's, like, some other factor there that we haven't considered. They could speed up the usage of abilities. So what do you mean by speed up the usage? You mean like the actual time it takes to pop it? Or do you mean like the number of turns? Because I guess with number of turns at that point, it's kind of like Skya, right? But yeah, like I said before, to me it's quick. It should be the fastest. I think arguments that that go to that at least go like, it's kind of logical, right? Where you could combo quick MPs for free if one unit has 100% charge. So you could do 3 DPS teams with no support. That'd probably be broken. Because that would defeat having charge for others. But like, I mean, I'm not gonna say you couldn't do something like that. Where like, maybe not like a constant combo chain, but maybe like, I don't know, like the next NP takes 50% less or some shit. Like, that'd be an interesting idea, and that would be something to get you to use more units and make quick less reliant on charge. Make quick fast again, yeah. Is there a fix that doesn't just help Buster or Arts more? Yeah, I think there are, right? Like, I think there are ways you can do it. But I think a lot of these are also like a lot of our views, a lot of our fixes are based off of the current state of the game that we have now. Who knows where the game will head, as soon as New Year's, right? Like, chat, we might get a cracked freaking quick support at a New Year's. I'm not saying you will, but like, that is a possibility. And then like literally within like, I don't know, like 3 days here, we'll be like turning around and going like, oh man, God, quick is so good now, right? Like, I don't know. So it is what it is. Like, you never know when that sort of thing's around the corner. And like, oh yeah, it's easy to say because it's New Year's, but chat, we've seen crazy stuff come out of like non-big time event type things. Has FGO ever nerfed a servant after they released it? No. Closest we have is it's theorized that Merlin got nerfed pre-release because his story version early on was very good, and that is not the version you get when you actually roll him. And in case you're wondering how this is the case, it's a very specific and odd change where, so normally, chat, all of Merlin's effects happen after his NP. So, like, you do the NP, a turn goes by, then the effects go off. The story version of Merlin has the effects go off at the beginning of the NP, like right as he casts the NP, and then at the end of the turn. So you get a like really fast double dip for seemingly no reason whatsoever. And that is not how he released. So that's where that theory comes from. It's also theorized that originally Emiya was arts, like Archer Emiya. Hence the reason that they have now given him a skill to allow him to change to arts, but why it is a skill and not his actual just NP is set to arts. Because, again, you can see he has so many high hit counts with Unlimited Blade Works that, like, he kind of just auto loops. Maybe the devs seem to think he was too strong in releases. I mean, he is. Like, Merlin, and this, we've talked about this before, like, who's the actual biggest power creep unit in FGO. Merlin, at least as far as every unit is concerned, has probably had the biggest impact. Just because he's the whole reason for break bars, and the devs even admitted this to us. Like, they went like, damage is a little bit too strong right now. Like, we kind of got to put a limitation in. That the showrunners hate. I mean, maybe, right? Like, I don't know if there's actual like anti-quick bias at La Single. I hope not. It's not a smart way to run their game. I mean, having an uncoordinated toolkit like that is lore accurate too. However, I'm still surprised they haven't given him like Ro Ias or anything like that. And this is really funny to me because we all know what skill it would go on, and you know, for a game that says that like they don't want to cover the story of certain characters because their story is done and already happened in Fate Stay Night, seems kind of wild that the versions you get in game are not up to snuff with like how they were in Fate Stay Night. So that's interesting to me. Wait, Merlin caused break bars? Yeah. Like I'll say this, chat. Were break bars probably coming regardless? Yes. I don't know whether or not like Merlin was just the straw that broke the camel's back, but he was at least the like stated partial reasoning for it in an interview all the way back in the day. Why doesn't Herc have 13 lives? That's a good point. Like, I think some of this just comes down to game balance, right? Like, they kind of understand that giving a 13 continue option is probably a little bit strong. Double Merlin Jalter old times. I mean, I don't know if the command still exists and the clip still exists, but there used to be a command on the channel of me doing like a 500k plus crit with double Merlin Jalter. And you're probably like, oh, Cad, 500k, that's like, that's nothing, right? Like, Chad, this is like year one FGO. Like, that's fucking crazy. Like, we should not have been able to do that much damage back then. So it's yeah, I see why it happened. God damn it, I brave chained. That's one shot any year one boss, pretty much. Okay, hear me out. So double star gen makes the cap of stars from 50 to 100, but keep the 50 stars full 100% crit. Keep 50 stars full 100% crit. Okay. The extra 50 stars could be overcharge crit, and if you proc those, it can reduce skills by 1 turn. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, I think the only issue with that would just be again RNG potential factor. Like, because I assume if you did it like, let's say like you've got the 3 units, right, and so it's like Estrella crits, it's probably only going to reduce her cooldowns, but maybe you needed the cooldown reduction on Taigong Wang, but you didn't get his cards, right? So like potential there, but more like challenge potential, less so for like, hey, like this is going to be good for farming, right? And I've seen people propose that like one of the things that they could do would be like anything over 50 stars would attribute to either more crit damage. I think you're starting to get into like funny numbers there, like Monopoly numbers, or like I don't know, maybe even like it starts giving like basically like overkill hits where it's like it generates more stars, it generates more MP, that sort of stuff. So like interesting ideas that I've seen for what you could do for more than 50 stars. I think like regardless of the situation with Quick, I would like to see them do something with that. I'd like to see them, hey, this system is kind of defunct. Like, let's address it type deal. Maybe they're waiting for the 20th Annie to buff the Fate Stay Night servants. I mean, they already buffed the Fate Stay Night servants basically back several years ago, so it's like, yeah, they could do it again. I don't know though. I listen, chat. You won't ever hear me complain if Arturia gets stronger. Okay? And I know there would be people that will get really salty about that. At the end of the day, though, I'm one of the people that is obviously biased in this, but I'm just going to be a proponent for like the big Fate name should probably be some of the strongest servants. Just because popularity and like kind of the way they're presented in lore. So like, should Arturia be strong? Yeah. Should Gil be strong? Yeah. Should like Iskandar be strong? Yeah. Like it's kind of like I feel like these units should be like really good. And doing so would naturally benefit the game and people's enjoyment of it. And it doesn't have to stop there. You know, Ku, Medea, like you name it, right? Why do people get salty about a unit getting a buff? Um, usually because in a lot of people's minds, uh, it's like a zero sum game where because that unit got a buff, their favorite unit didn't get a buff, and so they feel robbed. Or they're just competitive and they don't like that unit because they want their own unit to be stronger. Like I can say that I'm absolutely like guilty of this myself. Okay, and here's where I'll give you the example. Chat. Normally, I don't care if any unit gets a buff. Are there units that I would mold if they got a buff? Yes. I'll give you an example. If Melisson got a buff, I would be angry. I have a dog in that fight. I love Lartoria, right? But it's not even that. It's I think like I would get angry for probably different reasons than other people would. So like most people would be like, "Oh, you're just angry because Mellisson's competing with Lartoria and therefore your favorite isn't getting stronger." Well, yeah, I mean, I could certainly say that I would want Lartoria to get stronger. I feel like she actually probably could use a buff right now. That wouldn't be why I'd get angry. The reason I would get angry is because you're taking a unit that is like right here, and like all other Lancers are like down here, right? Like, so why would you buff this? That like I would be angry because it's like that's a stupid buff. It's like you should not buff the strongest unit, probably, right? Not because oh yeah, like I'm just biased towards Lartoria. So I can and this is where it's difficult because I think some people will look at that, they'll look at who your favorite units are, especially as a streamer, and go like, "Oh, that's the only reason you care." And I'm like, "Well, no, actually. Like I'm able to normally check that bias or make it apparent and say, "Hey, I can still make a good argument for why this shouldn't be the case." People salty they don't buff Merlin. Lynn doesn't need a buff. I should get the big shield cannon as an NP as well. Well, look, I'm gonna say this, chat. Don't worry about MASH. I assume MASH will end up where MASH needs to end up at the end. Like, MASH is integral to the story. That much is clear. The way the devs are doing buffs kind of makes it feel like a zero-sum game currently. Yeah, and I don't think it is, but I can understand the reason that people are getting more angry over this recently, because the devs are just not doing enough buffs. So it's not that it's a zero-sum game, it's just the devs are just not producing. And so I think that's where you see a lot of the like overflow of like vitriol coming from. People are getting upset because they don't feel like the devs are actually paying attention, type deal. Melson's already a one-size-fits-all beat stick too, kind of. Yeah, and like we looked at that with like Space Ishtar for years and how that kind of worked out. And you guys can now see like Space Ishtar is no longer the strongest AoE Avenger. She's still really good, but they've tried to make other AoE Avengers stand out beyond her that are more card focused. So because Space Ishtar ends up as this like sort of, hey, I can kind of do any card type deal. It felt like they went like, okay, maybe we made that a little too overtuned, and maybe we need to start making everybody else stronger so that she still has that capability, but that if you're like hyper focused into one card, that you're at least better than her at that one card. And I think that's a good way to balance. I think if you're going to make someone that's sort of a catch-all, they should just be weaker than the people that are like naturally focused on one thing. But we don't see that really with some of these like units now that have the ability to like change card types and NP types and stuff like that. So it's not a good way to balance, I'm gonna say again. But TrueCAD buffing Keto again? Yeah, how'd you know? One of the most mind-blowingly lame things about FGO. Oh yeah, like it. No matter how you look at things, Iskandar being strong makes sense because no matter the lens that you look at it, Iskandar's accomplishments in history are fucking impressive. Like you can only really say that like one person conquered more land in less time than he did, and it's basically Genghis Khan. So you want to make an argument for Genghis Khan being like Grand Rider or some shit like that and being stronger than him? Be my guest. Doesn't mean Iskandar shouldn't be strong. Like, I don't know. It just is what it is. I think Iskandar's another one of those units, though, chat, where he's very similar to like Altera, where they made him so powerful to compensate for his lack of charge. And eventually they're going to break down and they're going to give him charge. And then they're going to go like, what have we done? We've created a monster type deal. Isn't Noah Grand Rider? Okay, so chat. I'm not going to get into talking too much about specific grands, and the reason why is it always leads to spoiler territory. Like, I guarantee you someone's gonna mention someone that they absolutely shouldn't mention from LB7, and I'm gonna slap them if they do. But the whole point is, you just basically shouldn't talk about specific grands because they're a big plot point in the story, and y'all know that by now. That being said, I think a lot of people have a misunderstanding of what a grand is, and the fact that there can be multiple of them. So don't worry about it, is the easy way to put it, right? And at least in Noah's case, I can flat out tell you that Noah is arcade. Oh god, that's a paragraph. Okay. Every time a quick MP is used, decreases skill cooldown by 1. MP chain, it drops the cooldown by 2. Well, I mean, I think that's what Dark Eye was trying to say over on YouTube. I think you could do stuff like that, but I am going to say at that point you're sounding perilously close to Buster, right? Like that's kind of my only issue with that. Like in the same way that you don't want Quick to become just green arts. You also don't want Quick to become Green Buster, right? Now, I will say this for those of you guys that have finished reading the story. Did you guys catch Tai Gong Wang's line about Noah? And I find this really funny because I asked Trubs to look into it for me, and basically Tunguska came out before Babylon Singularity on arcade. So him referencing Noah and saying that they're buddies, when earlier in the Singularity he let slip that Taiko Bo himself let slip that he could have been Grand Rider. And then he tells you, oh, well, I know Noah, we're buddies. Kind of a massive hint at Noah being a Grand Rider. I found that really funny because that's something that like only appears in hindsight, but it's really cool to see. Increasing Quick's base crit damage is a good idea, though. I think there's numerous ways you can go about it. Doesn't Wang say he could be Grand Caster? He says he could be Grand Caster or even Grand Rider. What's your box count at? That's a good question. I will answer you when we finish this round. Wang Boy is cracked? Yeah. He does say that he prefers Caster. That is something that he kind of lets slip, but like we'll see. These are always in the like realms of what ifs and like brain teasers to make people go like, oh, well, maybe we'll get a Wang Caster one day. And it's like, maybe you will, but maybe you won't. It just depends. And he did it also young. Yeah. Yeah, Iskandar was like really kind of crazy. I've seen a lot of people say like, oh, well, he just was able to do it with his father's army. And it's like, that's true, chat. But how many of you could I put at the head of a modern military and tell you to go take over a country? Like, he still had to put in the work. He still had to get the training. I believe, if memory serves me, Iskandar was trained by Aristotle. So he had very good education. That you can attribute to his upbringing. But yeah, here, let's check. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's like he still had to go out and do it himself. And a lot of what he did was like, he just had very like pragmatic solutions to a lot of things. 287, 201, if someone in chat will do me the honors. You put me on FGO after it and tell me I'll do it. Actually, what am I doing? I could be using another 1-star here. Surely that's what I should be doing. Thank you, chat. You forced me to back out and helped me realize I could be bonding another 1-star. $478, so $488. We're getting there, chat. He's exceptional leader. He might have been born into the perfect situation, but still counts. Yeah, I mean, and that's usually what it is, right, chat? Like, being in the right place at the right time is usually how someone leaves their mark on history. You could be a genius, but if you're not born into the right set of circumstances, it'll amount to nothing. But it's like, you'll also never hear about that person. So, it doesn't really matter. It's kind of like weird like nerdy what if argument, like kind of like you see like those shows where it's talking about like, oh well, who would win a battle between ninjas and pirates, and it's like, I don't know, man. When is JP Christmas in? I believe the 31st. I believe. Someone in chat can tell me otherwise. Oh shit, chat! We got to do the CQ. I told people I would do that today. I have no idea what it is on JP. I don't think I've seen anyone do the CQ. Hello, Zim. Assassin beats writer. Oh, that's true. Can you pronounce Taigong Wang instead? Felt so wrong. Taigong Wang or Taiko Bo? I could just call him Wang. Oh, that's cool. I just see a lot of high health servant enemies in a gauntlet. Call him Chinese Merlin. Grand Wang, yes. Yeah, we still have more than 24, it looks like, chat, because it's like a day and change, it looks. So, really? You're going to make me pop an apple to do the CQ? Can you have any advice for Tesla Fest on today? It's too soon for me to have looked at that. Just kind of want to mentally prepare because I know you didn't really enjoy doing the event. I didn't, but I please keep in mind that one of the reasons I make such a big stink about it is because I want the community to know that I don't think an event like that is acceptable, and we really shouldn't be doing something like that basically for lottos in the future. So I made a big deal out of it in order to like make people understand that point, that like, hey, I think the devs fucked up and they should never do something like this ever again. It doesn't mean that like you can't do or enjoy the event. And I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't want like my opinion of the event to rub off on people. So much as understand that I'm trying to go to bat on behalf of the players for it. Okay, so what do you think about the lineup for the JPGSR from yesterday? I think the weirdest part for me is just the fact that oh, by the way, chat, here was the no. No, this was not the comp I did it with. I have no idea what that is then. I have oh right, because it's JP, not NA. Forgive me, my brain is just going everywhere at the moment. Give me you. Give me. Oh, should I do Merlin for this or Proto? I think we'll do Proto, but I think I'll backline Merlin. That's not the right one. Wait. Yeah, sorry, Pretender. My brain getting thrown for a loop here. I'm gonna give her Sweet Crystal because sure hit. Or sorry, Invuln Pierce. Ooh, do I have another Prisma? Okay, so there's no extra classes except rulers. I have 5 of that? I need to combine that. I do have another Prisma. There we go. Blah, 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 blah. I have no idea what this will hold, so we're just going to do that. Okay. Yeah, it should be fine. Glad you're feeling better. Thank you, Hado. Solid Kappa, thank you for the follow. Edge Maverick, thank you for the follow. L Dubs, thank you for the 17. Dark Crystal Flame, thank you for the follow. Exalted Exia, thank you for the follow. Again, sorry guys, I'm just having a hard time multitasking tonight. Which is before that story node? Wait, was it? Interesting. I don't know. I could have sworn I talked to Trubs about that. Neo, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate it. Could they do Imia Roias like Bazette NP, except instead of doing damage, the party takes less damage? I don't know. That'd be an interesting way to do it. I think it's like, as long as it's not like solemn defense or something like that, because I think that would get pretty dumb. That'd be intriguing. Why do you all have NP resistance of one time? That's basically saying please spam NPs. Especially AoE NPs. So I should have certainly gone for that. Go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do that. Basically protect the party. Okay, who here poses a problem? You. You pose a problem. So I need to kill Amakusa first. He is AoE buff strip with NP. Is that how you pronounce his name? I have no idea. I'm terrible with Chinese names, so. Amakusa's always trouble, he is. And chat, remember I only have an NP1 of Draco. She is level 100, but just the one. Alrighty. This is as good a time as any to be like, no you. So from here, both my other targets are AoE and Ps. This is kind of spicy, but it really doesn't matter who I hit. He just had to be the one to die. NP1 Draco still goes hard. I mean, it goes hard enough, right? Oh, interestingly enough, it looks like they all have charge per turn. Why do people always use the damage NP first? So, interestingly enough, in the arts variant of the comp, I can actually probably switch Proto with Draco. I just didn't. I knew I didn't need the extra damage there on that NP. In the Buster variant, though, you basically, like, so Castoria always must go last, if that's why you're wondering, and the reason for that is because you want the maximum amount of stacks of Solemn Defense from her overcharge. So basically the whole principle at play here is that like you have like 4+ stacks, so good luck ever getting through it within 3 turns. Certainly stuff like AoE and Ps and stuff will make that a little bit more possible for that to happen. The idea is that you're covered and that like people don't just, you know, keel over and die. But yeah, and so like from there it can really just depend on like who your second option is and whether or not you're putting them before or after. The Buster variant a lot of the time uses Morgan Le Fay, and Morgan Le Fay has overcharge on NP. So placing someone like Merlin, for instance, second just means that Merlin's NP gets more overcharge. Whereas if you flip-flopped them, Morgan gets a little bit more overcharge against like Man and stuff like that, but you're not like getting any benefit to Merlin, and at least you're getting like more stars into the comp, which is securing more like arts crits and stuff. So that's usually how people think about it. Okay, so interestingly enough, got Imia there. This is actually going to be really spammy. These are all AoE NPs. Thankfully, she's actively effective here. You have no defense stacks, by the way. Wait, did he strip it? Is that what happened? Still waiting for new mash with shield cannon as NP. Intriguing. Another archer. Okay, at least it's a single target NP. Amakusa debuff strips them every 4 turns. Jesus. Gonna go ahead and plow that right in, and I'm gonna hope beyond hope that that kills, because otherwise I'm in a sticky situation. This definitely feels like you're designed to spam AoE and Ps here, and I don't like that. But wait, does Amakusa's effect keep going on, or is this a like he just did it while he was on the field type thing? Oh joy! So I'm probably dead. It's permanent for the rest of the fight? What the fuck? So I've done the one thing that I shouldn't do. Thank you, chat. I'm so happy you guys warned me about this. Okay, that's not super damaging, but she's dead on the left. And so is she. I'll play it out. It's almost like I have another invincible cough on the back. Let's see here. That's cheating. It's not. Let's do that. Bruh. So interestingly enough, the Buster and the Arts variant both work for Draco because she's triple Buster deck with Arts NP. So she's still gonna get a lot of benefit out of either of them. Goodbye, Santa. Got Invuln Pierce. That's a little bit on the annoying side. Everybody's got dodge. I assume it's either chance or times. It's times. Because they don't give permanent turn dodges to every unit usually. That's spicy meatball. This is the way we work. So we're basically just gonna try to kill Ryder there. Because it's the only way that we can do anything on this turn really with any impact or value. What's your opinion on Assault or Rate Up banner on JP New Year's? Feels like they're trying to suddenly make money. But yeah, I don't really know what to say on it other than I'm kind of annoyed that they're making some of the biggest highlights the 4 stars. Wait. Better not deal damn. Dude, like what? What? No. Did Amakusa like buff remove me right at the beginning, or did Merlin get multi attacked and I missed it? The Selm defense just not work? I'm beginning to wonder. Does anyone in chat have any idea what's going on with this? Ugh. You never got the stack, I think. So wait, did I was I buff blocked or something? Or is there a chance failure, which is just really not cool? Like I can't read what this is. This appears to be HP down or something like that, but every 4 turns. I mean, but it shouldn't happen between my turn and the enemy's turn. It should happen at the end of the enemy's turn, I suspect. I don't know. Like, that feels really fucked if I can put Castoria's NP up and it just removes it before the enemy's act. Like, that's fucking wild if that keeps happening. It's at the end of my turn. I have no idea when this shit's gonna happen either. And that just means that anyone that has an NP, I'm basically screwed. Or putting Castoria earlier to protect the defense. I mean, I assume it's all defense buffs? Or am I incorrect in that, chat? They really said F your invincible comp? I mean, this is just I don't fucking care at the end of the day. I'll just get it as close as I can and fucking command seal if I have to, but the same to do last time we get the stack. I won't. Doing the same thing will result in the same thing. If that makes any sense. Um ba, 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 ba. The stacks were removed. Stacks are going to be removed no matter what I do, and I don't have any way to like stun or anything like that, so I can't delay the inevitable. It's just kind of fucked. Like, never mind. We cheat. I shouldn't have popped the invuln, but whatever. Wait, now why is she invuln? Is it chance based every turn? Huh? Can you cleanse the debuff? No. Didn't want to have to think about the CQ. I just wanted to do it. The evade is 2 hits. Oh, I'm not worried about it. I got it in Vuln Pierce. The biggest issue is going to be my impending doom. Well, why did they make Draco a triple buster deck with an Arts MP? That makes no sense. She gets charged per turn. That really helps out, but it is a thing. Okay. There we go. Okay, somehow, by some miracle of science, no one died. I don't know how. I'm not going to pretend to know how. I just know it didn't. So, that story is going to be the hard one. I've never seen that MP before. Oh, yeah, Draco's pretty cool. That's not going to kill. Ugh. Not even close. And we are all going to die. Dude, the fact that that's like just enough for Merle. It's just enough. Okay, so she's gonna kill me either way. I can try to go after cats. It still probably doesn't kill cats. Um, I'm just trying to think like if there's anything I can do. I guess getting cats out of the way means there's one less action taken before the NP, which should allow for potentially someone to keep the solemn defense that is named Merlin. We can try, but I doubt it's gonna kill. She's resistant, so tell your viewers real quick it doesn't need a fix. Also nice, yes. TheSingleScummy.com, yeah. I don't know. Like I think LaSingle has its issues, but I think it's still not that bad in the grand. That's saying the shit's gonna happen. God damn it. I think Draco stacks up against Castoria Zerk roughly equal, or is one clearly better than the other. I think whenever I look at a unit like Draco versus like Castoria Berserker, a lot of this boils down to like just a simple argument of like my Draco probably dies there if that's Castoria Berserker. Like being a Berserker has a lot of advantages, but the second you get hit, your advantages kind of go to nil because you're just dead. There are obviously some Berserkers that can outlive and stuff like that, but I think just the fact that Draco is effective without like really anyone being effective against her is such an advantage that it's wild. I talked about why I think that she's just one of the strongest units outright, and that's kind of why. I think it's just having a unit that's kind of super effective basically against all this other stuff is just really stupid. It allows me to just go in here and be like, well, other than these rulers, I'm good, you know. So he's not getting stripped, but he's only got the one. And nobody else here has info on Pearson. We like low key kind of dealt with that. We don't want to have to do this. But we're gonna try. So I kind of need Ket's dead, but I kind of don't feel like Ket's is gonna die no matter what I do. You hit Castoria. Now Castoria. Then a catch has you the submission sleeper hold. Yeah, I think the issue is I can't like kill her. Like I can't get rid of her, and there's not much I have left basically at this point in the tank that I can do to like reset this. There are some weird things with skills sometimes where it won't reset the RNG. So for instance, if I try to activate the cleanse skill but it doesn't cleanse anything, I don't believe it changes the RNG. So you have some like weird issues like that from time to time. And that is the only thing I have left in the tank. Let's try it instead on her, but it's probably my Castoria dies here. So little damage. Also, they have multiple NP defenses now? Bro. No, there's nothing I can do. I just have to accept it. Uh Also, why do I not have like any sound? Oh, I know why I don't have sound. Okay, I'm sorry, chat. Behold. Gonna try Nito Alter on this? I mean, I think the only problem would be if you're trying to rely on death procs, I wouldn't count on it. But I do believe an Avenger would be really nice for this. There you go, chat. Am I deaf or is that just not coming through at all? I don't know, man. I basically gotta get Cat's dead. I think that's my biggest issue here. I'm gonna probably die and have to triple seal, and Pets is like the only thing at this point that's still remaining that's a huge problem because like my my Nito, or sorry, not my Nito, my Nero just cannot like do anything to her. You need your ear checked? You're right. I do. The most likely block death on these challenge quests? No, it's not blocked. It's just a really, really low chance. You sit there for long enough, you can make it happen. Try Zerctoria? Uh no, because Castoria will get destroyed. Like from carding. Um and at the same time, the fact that it just constantly removes defensive buffs makes you really want to like just hard power through this. uh that Buster card did a lot. Still not fucking killing cats. Like that's wild. And I'm not sure this comp is gonna kill. There's still 5 enemies. This is just a spicy meal all around. Oh, fuck off. So the problem with this is this activates the charge, which will then make all 3 of these charge. And due to this stupid forced gimmick, it is entirely possible I could blow everything on this turn, and they could blow everything, and I just die and lose. Like, what? This is where my NP1 just isn't cutting it. That's spicy meatball. Well, you know what? I'll let it play out. It's entirely possible that he just had. Why is there suddenly sound? It's entirely possible he just targets Draco with it. Yeah, I look like a genius. It happens, is all I can say, and that's fucking hilarious. There we go, chat. And we're gonna try to off Cats here. Nice clairvoyance, Cat. It might not matter. That's the problem. I might just get cleansed. So now at least I don't have to deal with cats. She gave everybody guts. I think we all have our... Okay. Martha? Martha's not bad. Wait, did you just heal me? What? What? She has NP charge, so she's gonna keep healing people. This is gonna be a little bit of her issue. Would be surprised with 100% full HP guts. I don't think it will be in this. Yeah, I was gonna say, because like that would be pretty spicy in a servant gauntlet. Still better than like 1 HP, but oh fuck me. I have to use this. Like, Draco's Arts card is imperative. Why did that do no damage? What? Quick only? No. That's gotta like rotate, right? That can't be a thing, right? I'm messing around? Okay. I don't know why that's doing no damage though. Unless that's some sort of like weird thing. What's up, Kyratus? He takes nothing the turn he enters, then full charges. Ah, it sounds normal. I figured it was some kind of weird gimmick like that. This guy a fight, even with the event supports, is impossible. Ibuki can't clear and Taigon can't clear it. Try a Tamamo solo. I'm dead serious. Not like Tamamo Lancer, like OG caster Tamamo. It takes a long time, but it just works. Deuce, thank you for the 29. Yeah, it requires a very specific setup on the Tamamo, but it should be doable. Tamamo caster? Yep. Give me that extra attack. Spicy meatball. Heck of a lot of damage you deal there. Hey. Three turns. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. I mean, the one I'm gonna focus on is absolutely Nemo. Nemo must die. You gotta defend yourself now? Yeah, it's... Nemo's the one that's gotta die. If it's just down to Martha, this game is basically won. However, I'm sure Nemo's gonna have some crazy, stupid effect. Chat, why is Nemo taking no damage? Can anyone actually answer that question? Is it he takes no damage unless he's the last one on the field? Is that what it is? I'm at least gonna use the card then on Martha. I can't moonspeak. I just don't want to have to go look it up on app media at this point. Because we're like 90% of the way through the fight. I just need to be careful that I don't pop too much and end up bricking myself. Okay. Okay, so at least we chunked Martha. Okay, we're good. No one took damage. Martha NP'd after. Actually, I bet she gives them charge. But, like... Okay, she didn't. I was gonna say, that's freaking hilarious. Because, like, If Martha had gone first, he would have gotten more damage. Not that it mattered, but, like, still funny to me. Everybody's got solemn defense for this turn, at least. So this is just a free card turn against Martha. Sadly, like, the only one that's effective here is her, and I will play to, oh no, it buff tripped me type deal. Okay, so Nemo's gonna charge everyone. That's annoying. Thank you, Nemo. Very cool. One more turn, and I can NP again, because fuck Nemo. All my homies hate Nemo. Everybody still has solemn defense. Nemo gave her, I think, a 1x dodge. Yep. Everybody has their NP ready, should it be needed. Oh, interestingly enough, Martha does not have the guts. That's wild. So it looks like that guts was just given to everybody present on the field. Or it had an expiration. Long as Nemo doesn't one-tap someone, we're probably fine. Or charge himself again. I will not accept Nemo slander. It's just this specific Nemo. Gave him arts up. That's annoying. Cat, why is he still taking no damage? I love how he's piling on. Bro, fuck off. Fuck off with that shit. I take no damage, then I literally triple attack Castoria, which is the only way that I could kill anyone. Why not look at his buff text and have him Google translated? Because that would require effort. And I assume someone in chat's already done the fight and knows. In general idea. Vitzlow, thank you for the follow. Normally I'm not this lazy. Normally I look this stuff up. But in reality, I realized I should have just looked it up from the get-go, because this is just causing me more pain and suffering. And I just wanted it to be easy. That appears to be a one-time resistance, which is unexpiring, and I assume it's for NP, but he just has natural unexpiring resistance. Media says kill the other to remove the buff. Okay. And yeah, I agree. It is probably because she was on the field. Just kind of dumb. The good news is that did get rid of his dodge at least. Okay, that works. It's actually really good for me. Okay, now I can pop this. He's at full charge, so I don't have to worry about this occurring on a turn that I didn't count on it. You know, I probably could just kill him right there with the two 100% buster crits. Get edged, yeah. But I prefer playing a save. Ironically enough, like I said, after I got done with Kets, this fight got easier. Like, it has some annoying jank here at the end, but okay, he died straight up from the NP. But it just didn't matter. Oh no, Nemo is doing things. That's right. Address me. I think he had choice words for me. Yeah, he told me to fuck off. And I said, no, you. Two invincible comp having ass? That's right. What's better than the invincible comp? Two. I saw those command spells. Listen, chat is JP. I never mind using command spells on JP. I give no fucks. That fight took way longer than it should have. Ow. Alright though, chat. I think we're gonna end it for tonight. We have accomplished our goal. I have some last minute boxes to farm. I'm gonna send you guys over to Mr. Fay though. Again, thank you guys for being here. I don't know what my stream plans are this weekend or next week, obviously. I'll have a schedule out for next week. This weekend is probably going to be play it by ear, especially with how I'm feeling. But I definitely wanted to try and stream for the first time in like a week, basically. So, again, though, hopefully I'm on the mend and things are better after this. So, I'm going to send you guys over Faye's way. He's doing some art of Tunguska. I'm sure you guys will enjoy it. And I will see you guys for the next one. Go give Mr. Faye my love and have a good evening.